Okay, as I start recording this video, we're the 14th of December 2022, and here where I find myself, in the eastern part of France, the Germanic part, the best part, of course. It's 14 p.m. 2 p.m. In the afternoon, and I intend to make a video which would probably be a few hours long, where I introduce and I share some of my best ideas, and I will begin by a brief presentation of the structure that I intend to follow during this video. So that's really the formal presentation. Oh yeah, and also brief the formal bureaucratic official declaration. I know myself that I know myself to improve in terms either of intellect or maturity, intellectual maturity or intelligence, every waking hour, for a very simple reason, is that I'm a philosopher, and I interpret every experience that I have through the lens of a conceptual frame. Therefore, every experience, every event, every news that I read, every book that I read, every time that I sit and meditate, every time that I have a discussion, every time that I have any kind of experience, it strengthens me intellectually and enriches me. Yeah, so I will make a brief comment about this. The consequence is that I am kind of torn in a way between the prospect of I just could sit and wait, not being completely passive, but simply to take to stop producing videos and just to wait. And I know that I would improve because I could read book, I could go out and talk to people, I could just sit and think, I could meditate, and I would improve every hour of every day, of every week, etc., etc. But I try to find a proper balance between intellectual improvement on a singular level and some sort of the moral duty that I have to share my knowledge, which I know is imperfect and lacking and fragmentary and yeah, for the reason that I've just mentioned. One of the other consequences is that all the previous content that I have produced, from my newly acquired perspective of more intelligence or more wisdom, it retroactively appears. It can be disappointing from my new perspective. The higher you climb, the lower appears the path that you have left behind. Sometimes I find inspiration in my past ideas, of course, but I have partly this frustration in me that I know that I improve every waking hour. So yeah, the date of recording of this video is the 14th of December 2022. All the videos that I will produce, or the public speech that I will make after this date, they will be probably better. Not all of them, but at least I will have grown wiser or more mature or more intelligent. Sometimes intelligence, maturity, and wisdom coincide. Sometimes they don't. That's what my increase of intelligence has taught me. Yeah, so that's the formal effect. So yeah, I just said it, but actually it's really true, and it's becoming more and more true with every passing day. Yeah. So now the formal structure of the video. I've worked, I would say, I don't know exactly, a couple of hours just to think about what I intend to say, but actually I will present and introduce not most, but documents that I've already shared, but in their more up-to-date version. So first, I would like to talk briefly in an introduction. I have introductory thoughts to share. Second, I will talk about the plan of the structure of the documents that I intend to share. Third, I will talk about truth and trust. Fourth, I will present some books. Yeah. Fifth, I will briefly talk about my psychological development, because it is important in shaping my worldview and clarifying and enlightening my own perspective on myself, on the world, on others. In a sixth part, I would like to make brief comments about the recent updates in my singular life, because I improve every day. I don't know if I improve, but I work constantly, or I try to when I'm not too exhausted, and I develop. I'm not sure that I always improve, but I develop. Yeah. So it will be an updated comment of what has happened over the past few days. And finally, in the seventh part, I would like to illustrate one of my documents, UPS, the concept, with comments about women and the videos of Mr. Rollo Tomassi that I've been watching recently. I already knew about Mr. Tomassi, of course, but I've been watching some of his videos, and I will help illustrate. So yeah, that's the formal structure of the video. It's been 6 minutes. Yeah, so now introduction. I've already talked about the fact that I improve. Yeah, I will begin by this book, How to Read a Book by The Classic Guide to Intelligent Reading by Mortimer J. Adler and Charles Van Doren. I really recommend this book, whoever you are, outside of myself. If I have a piece of advice, a great recommendation, is really buy this book. It was first published in 1940 or 1939 or 1940, but then it was re-edited, updated. I think I have to look at the camera. No, I will look. Yeah, it has been updated. This version is modern in the sense that it was published in the 2010s probably, but it's the version of the 1970s. But it's really one of the best books because it's a great introduction to philosophy. It's not a book about philosophy, but it teaches in an accessible, intelligent fashion how to read intelligently, how to focus, how to concentrate. There are really enlightening remarks about the media, about the educational system, which are still relevant to this day, about philosophy in general, about attention, about focus, about effort, about improvement, about the development of the mind. This is really, if I had to recommend one book to a person who is not used to reading, or even someone who is used to reading, because it can be enlightening even for someone with a degree or with experience, it's really an excellent book. And I recommend that you should buy this book. This is really one of the best. This is a American excellence. Yeah. So that's, yeah. Also, I've talked about the fact that I improve intellectually every day. So another thought that I will share in my introduction is the global village. I've understood this idea, and no one else or very few people seems to have understood, but actually the internet is a medium which enables anyone with an internet connection to share his or her thoughts with the world, his views, his content or her content, his perspective on the world, and it becomes available potentially to everyone else. And as of now, as far as I know, the potential in terms of direct internet connection is 4 billion people, but there are broadly 8 billion people on this planet. But there are potentially, as of now, 4 billion internet users, because officially I think there are broadly 4 billion people who have access to computers or cell phones with access to the internet or smartphones, etc., etc. So I've understood this. It's difficult to think about this constantly, but it means that when people speak publicly, anyone else can access this. Of course, there are chronological limitations in the sense that there's the barrier of language, the depth of the content, sociological distinctions, ethnic distinctions. Usually people, they are more interested by people who look like them, not physically, but who are closely related ethnically, culturally, sociologically, etc., etc. There are various types of content for various status, sociological status. That's basic sociology. Also in terms of age, usually there are videos which appeal to a certain audience in terms of age, etc., etc. There's the barrier of language. Of course, speaking in English, it enables to reach potentially a broader audience, because this is one of the most widespread languages, but it's a limitation. For instance, to reach a Japanese person who doesn't speak English, there's the barrier of language, the ideas. I will talk about this later more in depth, but the ideas which are being shared, they are universal, but they are embodied, they are clothed, they are packed in language, and this is a temporary limitation. But if I say the square of the square, how do you call this in English? The hypotenuse square in a triangle. Oh. Here the language is the Pythagoras theorem. Yeah, the hypotenuse square equals the sum of the two other sides of the triangle square. You get the idea. If you have been in the educational system other than in America or France or England or Germany, you should be able to understand the theorem of Pythagoras. Yeah, but what I mean is, yeah, precisely, ideas. It will be connected to the idea of truth that I will talk about later, but potentially they are universal. I will take an even more simple. If I say 2 plus 2 equals 4, I am here in this time. It's 2:12 p.m. In continental Europe. I speak in English. Europe is not supposed to speak English. The world ought to speak German. What happened? What happened to the Germans? That's a joke. I'm speaking a very simple mathematical truth. In continental Europe, the 14th of December at 2:12 p.m. But potentially this truth, 2 plus 2 equals 4, is valid for any thinking agent, not only on the planet Earth, but if there are aliens. We'll talk about aliens later. If there are aliens in other galaxies, the truth would be the same. And this truth was true 50 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, and it will still be true as long as there is time, etc., etc. So but here it's very simple. But actually, all the truths from all topics, from all the fields of the fields of inquiry, all the sciences are made available, because every scientist, not every scholar, but the most renowned scientists, the most renowned scholars, from which all other scientists and scholars draw inspiration from, directly or indirectly, either because it's in the curriculum when they study, or it's because they read their books, or they read their newspapers, their publications, etc. But the most brilliant minds of the present day and age, but also of the past, because the great minds of the past, they influenced the minds of the modern people, obviously. So all the greatest ideas in all the topics of knowledge, all the sciences, are made available. But the problem, and I'm trying with this video, and actually with a lot of my videos, to provide a solution to the problem, is that people only see their fragmentary perspective. They do not see the view of the totality, and the totality is the whole of being, the entirety of what is, and the knowledge that consciousness has of what is. This is the mind of God becoming aware of itself. This totality of all there is, the cosmos becoming conscious of itself, is not randomly structured. There is an inherent logical structure, an encyclopedic structure, which means encyclopedia means the circle which encompasses all the knowledge. It is logically structured, and this is what I have tried and will still try to share, but in a rigorous way, not too rigorous, but in an orderly and rigorous way, so that every piece of information, past, present, or future, can be classified and ordered and made intelligible within the frame of the conceptual frame of the totality. Yeah. This is connected with what I said earlier. My intention is to bring order, cosmic order, but it begins by ordering one's mind and ordering one's worldview. And the world is infinitely complex, because there are an infinite number of events, phenomena, the circulation of information, the development of consciousness in every single thinking agent. It goes so fast, but in order to stabilize, to find peace within oneself, and eventually peace within the entire cosmos. There has to be order. That's the prerequisite. And I've been working on this on a philosophical level, and yeah, also it's connected with the idea that be the change you want to see in the world. I have been, and I still sometimes I'm partly frustrated by content creators, where these are journalists, writers, intellectuals, YouTubers, public intellectuals, etc., because they speak from their own perspective, their own point of view. They speak about some speak about some limited topics, some talk about any topic, and they may say very intelligent things, but very few people have the perspective of the totality, and that's what I'm trying to provide. For everyone eventually, so that everyone can see and understand himself from the perspective of the totality as I envision this. As of now, it might change, but the fundamental determination, they are quite stable, one might say. And also, so that people, here I will talk about the videos that I've produced. I intend to show the list of all the videos that I've produced, so that it might enable people to understand my own process, my own development in a chronological perspective, so that they might be able to judge, to criticize for good or for bad, and to judge positively or negatively what I have done, what I do, and what I will still do as long as I act, to share my worldview and my process. Yeah. Also, I've decided that I will, every video that I publish, as long as I publish video, put the link to the 5 latest video, most recent video that I have published, so that people can follow the chronological development that I have been following. So I will put the link to the 5 latest or most recent videos that I have published. When this video will be published, it will not be published today, but when it is published, I will insert the 5 latest video published chronologically, to give a sense of chronological continuity. Yeah. Also, about ethics, I try to be Nietzschean, maybe, to forge new values, partly. If person who speak publicly, if they shared their full worldview, all that they know, not all the details, all the complexity, but in a broad outline, what they understand about reality, what they know, it would facilitate communication, and it would encourage trust, or at least, if I'm not always trustworthy, at least I'm honest in allowing and enabling others to judge that if I'm not always trustworthy, at least they will be able to know about this. Yeah, but I will try to be transparent. That's transparency, by sharing my process, my worldview, and to adopt a new ethics for the internet age, the ethics of the global village. Namely, I've understood more and more over the past weeks and months and years, but eventually it intensifies, that there is one human community. I will not pretend that I'm a universalist, leftist. Not always. Oh, we are all one family, etc. Not yet, yeah, but actually, from the perspective of consciousness and science, that's really how it is. And the ethics of the internet age, I will try to forge it. It's not fully specified, it's not, but I have understood. Yeah, it's connected with my idea, what I call my American Revolution. I try to be an American for the good. There are only good aspects about America. Mostly, overwhelmingly, not only, but overwhelmingly. Of course, to be an American, there are so many great aspects, but one of the aspects is to be an entrepreneur and to be an innovator and to bring a new product on the market. I have no physical product to offer on an empirical level, but my idea, I mean, I have many ideas. I'll talk about this eventually, but one of the ideas is that precisely to offer a full worldview, to offer a new ethics, to offer, I will use the document, self-help guide to help people clarify their thoughts and clarify and appease their soul and heal themselves. I offer the structure. It's the foundation. Yeah, that's what I intend to do. And also I wrote, so yeah, also from an intellectual standpoint, I've understood this very recently, over the past few days, while I was kind of in a more slow process, because I've been very exhausted, very tired recently, so I've rested a little bit, but actually not really. But I've understood that my way of thinking, I will talk about this more in more detail, but it's really a completely new perspective. I didn't think that it was new, but it's simply a philosophical perspective, which is really revolutionary. Not in a sense, let's cut off some heads, no, but revolutionary in a sense. It's a complete shift of how to think about the world, to envision the world. It's really, I realized recently, it's not my perspective, which I've acquired recently. I've recently realized that my perspective is actually really a completely different way of thinking, which for me is not... it has taken me such a long time to realize, because I have underestimated myself, really, for the good. Or for the good, for in terms of useful intelligence, one might say. So yeah, that's complex here, but yeah. And also, still in the introductory part, about traditionalism. I'm a traditionalist, partly, maybe completely, but and one of the ideas that what is new is not necessarily and always better. In the sense, I'm not always a leftist. I can be a conservative or a reactionary or a traditionalist. So the idea that one has to constantly produce new content, etc. Of course, I will try to, as long as I think it's relevant, as long as I can, as long as, yeah, I will keep producing new content. But actually, sometimes it's good to look back. This is the idea of making a list of all my videos, because here that's it's not a belief, it's a certainty that I have, is that sometimes, often, one might say, what was produced in the past, either on a singular level or in a civilizational or national or historical perspective, it's often better than what is being produced today. In this sense, I'm very coherent, because the philosophy of the end of 18th, early 19th century German metaphysics of the Romantic era, it's so self-evident that nothing has been done, nothing better has been done in the realm of philosophy. And if we even leave aside this golden era, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Kant, etc., even Plato is still here. I think about footnotes to Plato, Matthew. There is not a single philosopher over the past century. I'd not forget Nietzsche. I was tempted to say over the past couple of centuries, and then I thought about Nietzsche. If Nietzsche heard Plato was better than you, he would be a little bit, where's my hammer? Where's my dynamite? I will... No, yeah, so yeah, there's the exception of Nietzsche. But otherwise, Plato, Spinoza or Plato or Aristotle, yeah, and of course the German metaphysician, Leibniz, but the German idealist, nothing better has been done. So going back into the past, in terms of music, the great German musician, etc. But here I talk really about excellence. But the idea that whatever is new is necessarily better, that's a leftist idea which has become so dominant over the past 2 centuries in the Western perspective, because of the idea of progress, etc., the French Revolution, etc., and even the progressive ideal of America, in a way, that's a Western idea. The idea, it's an implicit idea, underlying, not conscious of itself, but even the right-wingers, they believe in the spontaneity of progress. Most of them. But actually, to be a traditionalist is to say, okay, there can be progress in many fields, but sometimes going back into the past is actually the best option. So yeah. So yeah, connected to what I intend to share is that I will stop producing as many content as possible, and rather I will promote my former content. Not that I'm satisfied with all of what I said. There are some embarrassing things, problematic things that I said, but I've realized that I have produced so much and that people have not been interested, but maybe they should take the time to watch at least some of my best videos and let my best ideas sink in and develop. I used to say sometimes that I have planted the seeds of light, and I will still do as long as I can, but now maybe has come the time to put some water on the seeds of light to help them grow. Yeah, so in this video I will not say anything new, updated, actualized, but I will just take a retrospective on my production, either my videos or my documents. Maybe, yeah, I should have... Do we see? Yeah, I should have explained. Yeah, okay. Here, that's the German. There's also the French. It's translated in French. But here I will let the English and the in green, that's German. In blue, that's my own translation. It's not very poetic. Yeah, but it can be understood. So yeah, that's what I intend to say in the introduction. Yeah, so 26 minutes broadly. Okay, so now second part of the video. Now I will talk about the plan of the video. It will be much shorter. The document that I intend to share and briefly comment. UPS. This is this document that I've been showing with the few commentaries. I will let, yeah. So I intend to comment the document UPS. That's the view of the concept, which is God, actually, in a way. Then there's a document about psychological self-development, psychological help, psychological healing, where a lot of great videos about psychology and daily life and improvement have been listed, and I just share here the idea, namely the document. The purpose of the document is to be improved, but I cannot do it all on my own because I am busy. But I share the fundamental idea, the concept in ordinary sense, the concept in the sense of the concept of a product, the archetype, how do you call this? The prototype, yeah, the prototype, not the archetype, the prototype. The third document is about minimalism, a document about minimalism that I've written. The fourth is about how to run a budget. The same, these are prototypes. I share my prototypes of ethics, the fundamental, the seeds of what I call ethics. It's not yet fully grown. These are not the trees. These are not even the fruits. Just yeah, these are not the fruits, not even the tree. These are just not even the plant. It's just the seed. Yeah. Then about an inventory and how to make supplies, a pantry, yeah, of supplies. Then my document about ethics, my ethical rules that I have been following consistently. That's a little bit of virtue signaling. Then my plan. Then all the videos that I have posted over the years, all the videos which are still available. There are, I think, 541 videos. Then my library, all the books that I currently own, or almost all of them. I've gotten rid of a few and I've bought a few, but I do not intend to keep them. So yeah, the books in my library as of now. Then a document about anthropology, the most recent classification of anthropological science. Then a document about IQ, the relationship between IQ and GDP. Then about IQ, GDP by continent. These are actually kind of the same documents, but formally organized slightly differently. And finally, what I call the Phenomenology of Spirit, which are the names of all the individuals, past or present, which I know about, which I can talk about, which I understand in their fundamental determination, which I can classify, which I have partly recognized, all the most, not only the most intelligent, but all the people which constitute the life of spirit, world spirit. Yeah, these are the documents that I intend to share. I already have shared these documents, but here I will do it maybe more briefly or with a more updated view. Yeah. Okay, third part of the presentation of the structure of the video. About truth. I said that I had a completely new perspective. Actually, it's just a philosophical perspective. Das Wahre ist das Ganze. The truth is the whole, the totality. That's why I list all my production, because my truth, or my perspective on the truth, is my own process. But my own process is not just my own psychological development. It's psychological development. It is connected with the intellectual, spiritual, but also political, economic, social, demographic life of the 21st century, but it has to be contextualized within the entire historical process. So my way of thinking is that in order to understand anything, one has to think holistically, not to think in a totalitarian way, but in a total way. What's the distinction? Totalitarianism, maybe they coincide at some point, but a totalitarian way of thinking is the attempt to control and to classify absolutely everything. A total way of thinking is simply the only coherent, the only consistent, the only good way of thinking, namely to contextualize every event within a full perspective. To see the full picture, the broad picture. Yeah, I will illustrate. I've made it's not a document, but it's just to illustrate. I will briefly comment later. I will illustrate. Ish means the ego, the self, the I, in the sense of I. Yeah. Okay. Also, yeah, I've said that I've written my most recent videos. I've already said it, but I repeat. They are usually the most mature. Not always, but they usually I get better with each passing day. So every video which is chronologically succeeding the previous one is not necessarily better, but more mature, a more acute perspective. Yeah, that's why I want to share all my videos. I already have, but the list of all my videos to enable others to see my chronological development. Yeah. So yeah, what I wanted to say also, the way. Here I promote my videos. That's part of the confident American entrepreneur mindset. Yeah. There are various ways of watching my videos for those who are interested. One way is to watch the most recent and go back from the most recent to the oldest to see from the most mature to the not necessarily the least mature, but that's the broad tendency, or the other way, from the oldest to the most recent, to see the chronological perspective. But otherwise, sometimes I make a list, or I classify by topics. For instance, I made videos about logic, my lectures, the illustrated videos, etc., etc. But yeah, these are ways of understanding what I say. Okay, fourth part of the presentation. Now, I will share books. I will recommend books. Yeah, so of course, this book, which is really great, I advise people to read or buy this book. But then there are various kinds of books. I advertise this book by Daisy Luther. That's How to Be Responsible Water Survival Guide, to store, harvest, treat, and store your most vital resource. It's not necessarily this book, but this book is a good illustration because Mrs. Daisy Luther is a competent American woman, But it's good to have stored water in case of emergency, or just to be responsible. Yeah. Another book by Mrs. Daisy Luther, The Pantry Primer, A Prepper's Guide to Whole Food on a Half-Price Budget. I have been promoting this book for a long time, but I have started over the past few months to apply its teachings. I haven't read the entire book, but I get the idea. It's not necessarily this book, but it's just an illustration of the mindset, what I call American common sense, which encourages people, if they have the financial means, to just to be responsible and to store value in the form of food by having a pantry, to be able to sustain themselves for a few weeks, a few months. The preppers, it's many years, but at least a few weeks and a few months to be responsible and autonomous, and to be able to help oneself and eventually to help others around. Yeah, here it's really a prepper book, Prepper's Long-Term Survival Guide by Mr. Jim Cobb. Another, here's partly American common sense. Maybe it's American survival mindset, but it's universal for the people who are thinking for the long term, one might say. And here I will illustrate what I said earlier with the global village. These kind of books, they are predominantly produced in the US because it's part of the American mentality, but here is an example. Survivre à l'effondrement économique, Survive the Economic Collapse by Mr. Piero San Giorgio. That's just an illustration of the circulation of ID enabled by the internet. This book is a translation, not a literal translation, but it's an importation of American ideas in the context of continental Europe, but actually it can be accessed for anyone, people in Northern Africa, potentially they can buy this book. It has been translated in many languages, but or it can be bought in Quebec for the French-speaking person. So, but actually, it's predominantly for a continental European audience, and it's just the example of the importation of American ideas in old Europe. It's an illustration of the circulation of ideas and the growing, here it's quantitatively very limited, but the growing process of a worldwide consciousness. Yeah, that's just the illustration. Yeah. Second, types of books. How to run a budget. I've not read the book because, but these are I cannot read all the books that I promote. I've done this more and more thoroughly. I've applied their teachings, but this is just not this book, but it's just an example. There are books to be found on the internet, or even free video on YouTube, or pieces of advice about how to run one's own budget and to get out of debt by being responsible financially. If everyone was financially responsible, more responsible, any society would be much better. Then, Bullshit Jobs, The Rise of Pointless Work and What We Can Do About It by Mr. Graeber. He just explains that in post-industrial society, there are a lot of jobs which are useless. Simplified, so there are a lot of people, predominantly in the Western world, who work jobs they hate to buy shit they don't need. These can be civil servants or in the private sector. It might seem to be useful from their own perspective because they have to earn a living, but in the grand perspective of society at large, or the planet at large, the world economy, it's a waste of time, of resources, etc., etc. Another book by Mr. Graeber, On Technology, Stupidity and the Secret Joys of Bureaucracy. Yeah. Okay. So people, in case it's not clear, if they watch this, they can go on the internet, on Amazon or any website, and look at if they don't want to buy the book, they can look at the message of the book, the comments, etc., etc. They can watch interviews or conferences by Mr. Graeber on YouTube and become aware of the problems of modern economies from this perspective. Then, my books about education. I'm trying to replace the educational system. That's the great replacement. Precisely that's the reaction to the great replacement. The positive reaction Yeah. Dumbing Us Down by Mr. John Taylor Gatto. American people, just by looking at this book, they can become aware. They can become aware of the fact that we've been turned into idiots. Yeah. Ron Paul talks about this more or less and offers solution in this book, The School Revolution. I will talk about the educational system and how to replace, etc. Real Education, really a great book by Mr. Charles Murray, 4 Simple Truths for Bringing American Schools Back to Reality. But again, with the global village perspective, anyone with an internet connection can become aware that there are serious problems with the American educational system. And competent people with an entrepreneur mindset, they can try to offer solutions. That's what I've tried to do, and I am trying to do, and will still try to do. And here, another illustration, the fabric means the factory of the idiot, the program, The Death of School, by a French left-wing conservative. So it just illustrates that the problem of the educational system is the same, the teaching of ignorance, by another French person. Your children will not be able to read nor to count. The failure of French school, French educational system. So there's a problem in America and France, but here, for the people who are vaguely intelligent, they will understand. These are singular countries, US, Germany, France, England, of a particular civilization, Western civilization. The universal would be the educational system. That's just an illustration. So what is true of the particular Western educational system is true of all its singular elements. Namely, if there are problems in the Western educational system, what are the reasons? That's another question. But if there are problems in the Western educational system, it can be logically deduced that every singular Western country has problems with its educational system. There might be a few exceptions. I think Finland, they have a good success. Maybe Estonia as well, but Estonia is not a Western country. Finland, depending on what is called Western, but usually Western countries, really France, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, Great Britain, Canada, US, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, they all have problems with their educational system, and that's one of the useful aspects of logic. I don't need to check on the internet, but I know that the books by Mr. Charles Murray or Mr. Ron Paul, they can be found, not these books, but the same type of books in every Western country. They are not as good as those produced by the Americans, but yeah. Okay. Then, here I will illustrate another feature of the age in which we live. With here, these are only French books that I've bought recently, not on Amazon, but at a local library. Yeah, this book has been literally translated, the book by Mr. Greber, so that's the process of the universalization of ideas. I know that it has been, I think it has been translated in South Korean as well, so the South Koreans, they can become aware of the problem of bullshit jobs as well. But in many other languages, they're just an illustration. So yeah. So here I will just list some of the problems which are expressed in the singular case of French intellectual life, but these are actually universal problems. A book about planned obsolescence by a leftist conservative ecologist. Planned obsolescence, it's a universal problem. How to Escape from Consumers' Society by the same author. And with the internet, one can go on the internet and check a planned obsolescence, and there are videos that I've discovered recently about very well done videos which talk about this. They are the one that I found, they are in English, probably by Americans, but they express universal problems. And people who become aware of this, they can say, but what do we do? I will try to offer solutions as well. Another book, The Death of Private Life, Surveillance and Personal Data, the New Black Gold. Junk food strikes back. Junk food is not a universal problem, because there are countries where people either they are starving or they are living in very difficult economic conditions, but in most developed countries, not only Western, but most developed countries, junk food has become a serious problem. That's another illustration. And people can become aware of the problem and find solutions thanks to the internet. Learn how to sleep, to be in good health. That's another example. It's a singular book written by a singular person in France, but the problem of sleep, they are universal wherever there are humans. People can become aware of the problem of sleep and sleep deprivation, or the problem of health caused by problems of sleep, and they can first become aware of the problem and find a solution very easily if they are vaguely intelligent, if they have access to the internet. If they suffer from sleep issues, they can find a solution. Here another illustration. The Anti-Political Revolution by Mr. Laurent Oberton, one of the best intellectuals, one of the very best intellectuals. He's a journalist. He's a young journalist in France, and he's been influenced a lot by American ideas, and he denounces democracy as being a joke in France, but everywhere actually. But this the most anti-democratic books of all time. Well, that's a little bit, that's a bold statement, but it's a good, I haven't read the book, but I know it's good because the author, he produces great books. He's very smart, influenced by modern scientific ideas, mostly from England and the US. Yeah, it's a very rare, but actually it's becoming more widespread thanks to the internet, but to have really a, I would say, right-wing libertarian perspective in the context of France, it's very rare. As of now. Mr. Murray, that's another example. I don't know what is how anti-racism has become a weapon of mass destruction. By Mr. Murray, apparently it has been #1 of sales in England. That's just an illustration of the circulation of idea and the growth of consciousness. Namely, this British gentleman, Mr. Murray, is being translated in France. Without the help of the English and the Americans, the French, I'm not I'm not making any reference to whatever people might think about, but here really in the modern day and age, if it was not for the help of the Americans and their intelligence, the entirety of continental Europe would be sinking into stupidity. It's already the case, but it would be hopelessly plunged into stupidity. But the Americans, they are very intelligent, but are they intelligent enough to realize how intelligent they are? I don't know. I'm trying to make the Americans intelligent again, make them smart again, and not just the Americans, but everyone eventually. The Intellectual Regression of France, one of the best books. It was published 11 years ago. It's really one of the best books that I've read in modern France, because he's a libertarian. Again, it's very rare, but in France, and he talks about how the legislation and morality, leftist morality, has brought about intellectual degeneracy, an intellectual decadence to a country like France, which used to be a great intellectual country up until the 19th century. Then in the 20th century, but in the 19th century, alongside with Germany, England, etc., but it has declined due to dubious, hypocritical legislation and morality, etc., etc. Then a brief comment about investment, thought, and negativity. Just to step back sometimes and to take time to think. It's a tremendous investment, because I've realized this recently, that a lot of people, they are simply plunged in ordinary life. They go to school from a 5-year-old up until a 17 or 18-year-old, then they go to college. In developed countries, a lot of them. Then they go on the job market, and they are constantly they are within the system for their entire life. And when they are out, when they have leisure, they use it to go to parties or to watch TV or to watch ball games or whatever. But very few people take the time to retreat from modern life and just to think, to distantiate themselves and to reflect upon social life and life in general, the meaning of life, the perspective, the cosmic perspective, and just to take some time off away from the official institutions, school, colleges, universities, the media, academia, the newspapers, etc., and just to take the time, really not just to do this a couple of hours after work, go on the social media, no, just to take a vacation, maybe, to go on holiday, just to buy a few good books and to take the time to read and to read them well. If you have followed my piece of advice, this book will teach you how to read well. It's a tremendous investment, because if some ideas are understood, errors will no longer be committed, and it will be there will be a return on investment. Here, just an example. If a person, it's a very simple example. If a person took the time to, you can read this in a few hours, one afternoon, you buy this book, it costs, not this book, but a book like this, or just watch videos, it costs either $20 or 20 euros, or it takes a few hours of your time. If you understand, if you decide, I will no longer eat junk food, you will be healthier for the rest of your life, you will spare money, you will be more ethical if you start to eat more organic, locally produced food, etc., etc. This is an example of an investment. You take a few hours to read this book. If you apply its teachings, you will no longer need to buy pills, sleeping pills, for the rest of your life. It will be a great return on investment. But here, it's actually it's good to have the practical aspect. But here I will switch to my second document that I will not comment. But here are links. This is my second document. I will show the links. So this is the document, and these are what videos are listed. I will briefly comment, and then I will let the screen. So in psychology, I've listed videos about the presence of lack of confidence, loneliness, mental breakdown, victimhood, anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, assertion, narcissism, big 5 personality traits, cognitive dissonance, antisocial behavior, immaturity, dissociative disorder, ADHD, intelligence, addiction, mediocrity, trauma, growing up, autism, growing old. I will show the titles of the videos. In the realm of psychiatry, antisocial behavior, psychopathy, sociopathy, schizophrenia, psychosis, bipolar disorder, PTSD, paranoia, Asperger, physiognomy. The idea of the document is that videos to help cure all sorts of psychological and psychiatric problems can be found for free on the internet. My idea is simply to list good videos, but I will not list all of them because there are so many. But if people can understand, hey, it's connected with what I said just earlier. If people said, okay, I will take a few days, a few weeks off, and I will spend many hours studying my own psychology, my own psychological or psychiatric problems, I will invest a few hours, a few days, a few weeks, and it will pay off in terms of I will be cured partly or completely for those lucky enough or intelligent enough for the rest of my life. About daily life, I've started listed videos about sleep, cold showers, how to quit porn and masturbation, cigarettes, alcohol, gambling, TV, video games, the problems of democracy, drugs, obesity, how to run a budget, prepping, minimalism, home economics. And here, videos about men and women and male and female interactions, marriage, feminism, hookup culture, sigma males, and problems and solutions of all sorts. It's not very rigorous and very systematic because I do not work constantly about this document. This is a byproduct of my daily work. As a philosopher, during my pause or in the morning when I wake up, I watch a few videos and then I list them to share them eventually, to rewatch them when I need to. But I list good videos about a lot of, here it has been done empirically. I've listed first psychological problems, then how to order one's own daily life, how to solve some problems. Yeah, videos about bullshit jobs, the problem of homelessness, conflicts of generation, and planned obsolescence. But I cannot spend my entire days working on this. I just share the plan, the structure, and it will encourage others. Maybe it will inspire others. So here I will zoom in, and so that the title of the videos, these are just some videos. The channel Psych2Go is excellent. And here is what I do. I watch the videos and I take the time to list some of the most interesting ideas. So here's the title of the video. Here's the other video. Yeah. So I will just skip what I'm talking. But yeah, now I want to introduce the books that I've been reading thoroughly recently. This book by Mr. Thomas Di Lorenzo, excellent book about the problems of socialism. And here a quick turn towards UPS. Socialism is a universal economic determination. There are particular modes of the economic organization of a socialist life. I don't know, the educational system, the welfare system, the health system, the judicial system, the police, the economic life, etc., etc. And each singular country is contained. There is the welfare state in England, the welfare state in Canada, the welfare state in the US, the welfare state in France, etc., etc. And they all have within themselves the determinacy of a socialist welfare state, which contains the determinations of socialism. The same goes for a socialist educational system. There would be socialism, the educational system, the socialist educational system in Germany, in Belgium, in Sweden, in the US, etc., etc. That's the useful aspect. When one understands this, one understands to extract the particular and the universal from each singular case. This is just an illustration. Yeah. Now, yeah. So this book that I've been reading, very good book, excellent. There are no such good books in a country like France, in modern France. This book, there's no equivalent. There are Mr. Nemo that I've listed earlier writes very good books, and Mr. Nemo, maybe in his best moments, he can partly compete with someone like Di Lorenzo, but they are friends, intellectual friends, although they probably do not even know each other. I mean, Philippe Nemo, he probably knows about Di Lorenzo. I'm not sure that the opposite is true. Maybe they do, but what I want to say is that there are very few French intellectuals who can compete with the intellectual level of modern production of books just in the realm of economics. Yeah. So yeah, I've been reading this book. And The Fed by Mr. Ron Paul. Good book as well. That's just another example. To take the time. Here it takes a few hours, more than a few hours, because it's worthy of being studied, analyzed, etc. For the people who have the intellectual level, it requires a certain level of intelligence. To take the time to read this book, it's an investment. First you have to buy the book, then you have to study the book, then you have to watch the videos by Mr. Ron Paul to enlighten, or by the Mises Institute, or by Mr. Tom Woods, or the Property and Freedom Society. But once you have been unplugged, not financially, but at least intellectually, from the banking system, you will spend the rest of your life trying to act intelligently and ethically to struggle against the Fed and against all forms of central banking. That's just an illustration. Because when people, another book that I've started reading, Blind Robbery, How the Fed, Banks and Governments Steal Our Money. They steal your money. The Americans, when they are told, hey, your money is being stolen, in the modern day, they would say, yeah, that's what we want, because we have become socialist. But the Americans of old, they would say, what? They are stealing our money? We cannot tolerate this. That's a joke. No, this book, I've started reading this. It's kind of a good book. I will keep reading this book, but these are illustrations. Yeah, of the Mises Institute. I mean, I think it's a German and a Spaniard, inspired by the Mises Institute, promoted by Ron Paul. Ron Paul, he only read good books, apparently. He only promotes good books. Maybe that's why he's so intelligent. Thank God for Ron Paul. Or maybe thank Ron Paul for God. I don't know. Yeah. Another example, Charles Murray. In our hands, a plan to replace the welfare state. Here, I will just skip back to UPS. That's a singular. I've not even read the book, but if I have the opportunity, I will read the book. But I get the idea. It's a book about the singular case of the welfare state in the US. The welfare state, it's a particular form of socialist organization. The universal could be socialism, or singular could be the American welfare state. The particular could be Western socialism and socialism at large. I don't. It depends, but it's just to show the formal logical structure. And what is true of the American welfare state is specific to the American welfare state, and it's different from the English or the French welfare state, but they have particular determinacies and determinations in common, and universal as well. And that's why intelligent people, they can read this book or any other book about the problems of the welfare state and apply this to their own singular case, because the problems, they are particular and or universal. And yeah. Okay. Another example, here, this is really one of the greatest books published over the past 30 years, The Bell Curve. This book, either it could be, or ought to be, or can be, here's the title of a channel, translated literally in other languages, although now it's kind of, it has become a little bit old in terms of the statistics, but the ideas, the fundamental ideas, they are not transitory. They are true, whatever the time period. But either it can be translated literally, or it can be adapted by drawing inspiration from the ideas and be applied to any other country. There is a bell curve of cognitive distribution and social status distribution in all countries, but predominantly it's more prominent and more prevalent in democratic countries, because the idea of democracy is partly tied with meritocracy, and when there is free competition between all the individuals to access the higher, to climb up the social ladder, there might be hindrances, it might be a little bit rigged, yeah, but when it's more or less open to all the citizens, the most intelligent tend to rise to the top. So this book can be translated here. I do not mean literal translation, but can be, the ideas can be borrowed, and the particular ideas, the method can be borrowed and be applied to any country. So that's an example. It's a breakthrough. This book is a breakthrough in sociology, and it has broke through in the US partly, but it's universal. There could be the bell curve for the modern Chinese population. It would be different because it's not a democracy as envisioned in the Western world, but also in Japan, in Australia, in Italy, etc., etc. Yeah, it's really one of the best books that I've read. American again. Another book by Charles Murray, By the People, Rebuilding Liberty Without Permission. Yes. Yeah. A book by Mr. Hans Hermann Hoppe, How to Understand Libertarianism, How to Get Libertarianism Right. I think that's the title. These are conferences made in English by a German, translated in French. This is modern German politics, namely libertarianism, by Mr. Hoppe. I've been reading this book. It contains really great ideas. It's coherent, it's logical, it's structured. It's really a great introductory book. Finally, Spontaneous Order by Mr. Chase Rachels, The Capitalist Case for a Stateless Society. That's really an excellent book as well, very rigorous, very thought through, very intense in terms of intelligence. I've been taking notes, underlying important passages. I will reread the book because this is the kind of book which is worth studying, etc., etc. Yeah, so become aware of the problem, find solutions, share the knowledge, apply the knowledge on a singular level. That's what I've been trying to do, what I'm still trying to do. Yeah. Okay. No, I will just briefly, I will not comment here, but these are good videos. So here's the title of the channel, and here's the title of the videos. Here's, I think it's the title of a video. It depends, but it can be found. These are just, so here is my own notes, or sometimes I just copied the comments, the good comments. But the idea I want to share is that any person suffering from any kind of psychological problems, and all humans do, or the overwhelming majority of humans do suffer from various psychological problems, they can find cure. First, to find the proper diagnosis, and then eventually the cure, without having to go to a psychologist. Maybe if really they are really the long-lasting problems, but people can cure themselves without having to pay for a psychologist. You take 10 minutes or an hour to watch many videos about the kind of problems that you suffer from. You can spare hundreds of dollars in fees for going to a psychiatrist. And there are a lot of not psychiatrists or psychologists who, no matter how competent they might be, if they speak English, what the kind of the quality content that they find on a channel like Psych2Go, I'm not sure that I'm sure the overwhelming majority of psychologists, wherever they come from, they are not as good and as competent as the persons who produce these channels. Then, of course, there has to be the one-to-one relationship. It cannot just be watching videos. It has to be a dialogue if people really suffer from a serious psychological problems. But if people are intelligent and motivated enough to cure themselves, there are a lot of solutions offered for free on the internet. And my idea here is simply to list good videos and to encourage people to do the same. If they can take 30 minutes each day to watch videos about psychology and to understand themselves, to understand others, and to make lists and to try to show the full picture, yeah. Mr. Peterson, he says very intelligent things. You are very smart, Mr. Peterson. I've listed a lot of videos about intelligence because I suffer from an excess of intelligence. Sometimes I'm very stupid, but yeah. Yeah. I will just show briefly so that I won't have to do it later. So all the people who want to improve themselves, this channel, Fight Mediocrity, is very useful. People can pause if they're interested. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Back to UPS. Okay, so now precisely I will talk about psychology. That's an aspect I want to talk about. Okay, about psychology. So here I talk about my own psychology. I will go pick up a couple of books that I've bought recently. I do not order my books on Amazon. Maybe I will in case of really great books, but I buy them at a local library to encourage local businesses and to reduce packaging and waste. But Amazon has been very useful, but local businesses have to be encouraged. Yeah. Just two books by the same author, Paul L. Karat. He's a French citizen of partly French, partly Moroccan origin, and he suffers from Asperger syndrome. That's another of his book. He became famous by appearing in a TV show, and he's an Asperger autist. I haven't read fully this book. I've just read a few passages, and it has helped me a lot. I discovered this very recently, and I now know that I suffer partly from Asperger because I've recognized tendencies that I have in his testimony, in his personal experience, and it has helped me understand myself tremendously. It has been a great help. I really function like an Asperger, at least partly, not completely, but I have many features in common with this person, and I recognize myself a lot in Asperger autistic people. Yeah. Also about my personal psychology, I've discovered also recently that I have partly the features of a Sigma male. Yeah. So I've been watching over the past couple of days videos about Sigma males, and I recognize myself partly in some behavior. So it has helped me understand myself. So I'm in a process of understanding myself, etc. Asperger and Sigma male, these are two recent determinations that I can apply to myself, which help me clarify and understand myself a lot. And it has done a great deal of appeasement and healing for me, because I understand my own weird aspect. Partly, it can partly be explained by this. Also, I wrote about the Nordic spirit. Saturday I had a very, I was really exhausted physically, psychologically, emotionally, and I took a day off, which I haven't done. I done this maybe 3 or 4 times since the month of February. I really retreated. I still kept working by reading books, but I took a taxi cab to go in the mountain and to rest by walking for 15 minutes in the mountain, and the Nordic spirit of the cold and the Germanic mountains and forest has revitalized me. Yeah, I feel better when it's cold outwardly in the cold forest, cold mountains. This is the environment where I feel most at home somehow. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to keep this anecdote. Then, 1 hour 12. Brief comments about the recent developments. I try to practice what I preach for the sake of consistency and coherence, and not to be accused of preaching nonsense. I mean, people can criticize some of my ideas, but at least I try to apply what I believe in. And here, what I've done recently is I've invested in gold, inspired by Ron Paul and the libertarians. Mr. Hopper talks about this also, and Chase Rachel. Because there's a big problem. There's a problem with the monetary system. It's a big scam, paper money. It's a joke. People are constantly being stolen, being deprived of the fruit of their labor. Can you tolerate this, American? They are stealing your money. Not only the money of the Americans, the money of everyone eventually, but yeah, the very structure of the banking system makes it so that money loses its value constantly because of a process called inflation, creating fiat money out of thin air with no backup, with no check. The people are constantly consciously being left into ignorance on this on all topics, but in these specific topics. So there is corruption at all levels of the system: the politicians, the bankers, the academics, etc., the journalists, and people are being deprived of the value of their work stores in the form of money, because money, by an invisible process, loses its value, which is being reflected by the rise of prices. Here I really simplify to the utmost, but basically people, inflation is hidden taxation. People are taxed without their awareness, through the form of inflation, and they are constantly being deprived of the value of the money that they have stored in bank. That's what Keynes, John Maynard Keynes says, in a French expression, that l'euthanasie du rentier, which means to euthanize, I'm not sure that's how it was said, to euthanize those who have money kept in the bank. That's pidgin English. Originally it was said in English, then translated in French, and now I translated back the original English sentence, of which I'm unaware, in English from the French translation, which is l'euthanasie du rentier. I don't know how it was originally formulated, but basically the idea of Keynes is that if you increase the money supply, or if you make public investment by borrowing money, or loosening the ability to get a credit, the value of the money which is currently being stored will diminish because of creation of new money for form of loans or the change of interest rates, etc. Which means that the people who have money stored in bank, they are being deprived of the value of their money, which is their work, except if they themselves are thieves. Yeah, but you think you can steal from us and just walk away? Yeah. That's what the central bankers would say to the people, until the people wakes up, maybe. That's a joke, yeah, so one of the solutions offered by the libertarians is to restructure the monetary system by investing in gold, because gold has a physical reality. It cannot be, it's not paper money, it's not made out of thin air, it's made of gold. So I do not really care about the money. Of course, it's important to have a minimum of money to be able to sustain oneself and to have access to the network, the technological network, of course. But I'm not in it for the money. So I don't really care about gold or about money, but I care about principles. So I have acted according to principles. If everyone, I'm a singular person with a particular views on the monetary topic, what if everyone acted like I do? What if everyone invested a slight amount of money in gold, or more, depending on if everyone had money stored in the form of gold or precious metals or resources or supplies or know-hows or land or works of art or whatever means of storing the money independently of the banking system. If more and more people were more autonomous and independent from the banking system, they would be more free, and they will be more self-reliant. So I have invested an amount of money in gold for the sake of obeying principles. So I cannot be accused of being a hypocrite. I practice what I preach. I encourage people to become more autonomous, more self-reliant, and one of the aspects is invest in precious metals. Also, I already said it, I have ordered and received dry toilets for broadly 500 euros, German dry toilets made by German engineers, I guess, and sold by German businesses, and I have set up the toilets. It's very small. If I have the opportunity, I will make a video in which I talk about this. And I've started using them. Well, it's okay. It's satisfying. I don't know. It's the reason. Then again, I act according to principle. What if more people bought dry toilets? It would strengthen German businesses. That would make the German economy great again by encouraging the buying of dry toilets. I mean, they are in many other countries, but here it was produced and sold by a German business. But if more people used dried toilets, one would not need to flush the, how do you call this? Flush the toilet, yeah. So it would reduce the consumption of water. I'm behaving like an ecologist, and as long as I can, I will use those dry toilets to reduce my ecological footprint. Yeah. Also, I said to myself, one of my ethical standards was to consume raw vegetables and raw fruits plus bread, etc. Mostly to reduce my consumption of energy. I have partly given up on this ethical standard for an obvious reason is that the temperatures are becoming more and more cold in continental Europe, and I've noticed over the past couple of weeks that my level of productivity and ability to focus has declined significantly because I'm becoming more and more exhausted, not because I do not sleep well enough, but simply because my diet has helped me to become healthier, to lose a lot of weight, to become more slim, to become better. But with the cold, I feel like I'm losing energy. I'm feeling weak. So I've partly adapted. I still do eat a lot of raw fruits and vegetables, but I've granted myself the right to eat hot meals. I buy them locally, or cooked vegetables, because otherwise it would be really counterproductive. So yeah, I still have a minimalist diet, but not to the point of hurting my ability to focus and to produce content as long as I have to. So yeah, and I granted myself a few days rest a couple of days ago, and I still will take a couple of days, maybe 3 days, I don't know yet, to rest once this video is recorded. That's my conscious intention. I need to rest because I'm reaching a point where I'm physically, psychologically, mentally, ontologically exhausted, and I need to rest. I've taken a few days of rest, maybe 4 or 5, since the month of March 2022. But I have recently noticed that over the past couple of weeks, I have declined in my ability to work, not because of a lack of motivation, but because really I'm exhausted. I take naps just to be able to maintain my health. I sit in a chair and I think sometimes, and then I fall asleep because I'm really exhausted, and I need to rest a little bit. I've worked really a lot throughout the year 2022, so yeah. And also a brief comments about politics. Talking to ordinary people recently, and watching videos from the French political life after having predominantly watched the videos in English about America, I've noticed that the views about politics, the political culture of intelligent people, I'm not even talking about the common people, but the supposedly intelligent people, their political views. I'm not judging their political opinions. I'm judging their political culture. One can be a leftist or a right-winger throughout the spectrum. Whatever the opinion, if the person has a culture, it has to be acknowledged. There are far-right people with a high political culture, and communist or radical leftists with a high culture. But here I'm talking about, yeah, the cultural level in terms of politics. And also a comment that I thought about. As I'm recording this video, I still haven't, maybe I will never, I don't know, but I've never had any serious conversation, almost no conversation about politics. Because I've almost talked to no one about not only political topics, but politics, economics, sociology, religion, art, anthropology, etc. I haven't talked almost or not at all to anyone since I've acquired a culture in these topics. So at this moment, I still have never talked about politics vaguely seriously, or not even at all with anyone. So I have developed political views without ever having talked to anyone. So that's my alien aspect. Just to illustrate, Ron Paul, Charles Murray, Jeff Deist, these are the kind of person, for me, in the American perspective, they are in the middle. I know that they are not quantitatively, but they ought to be in the middle. This is just a common sense, centrist view in American political life. Someone like Ron Paul ought to be at the center, with a left side and a right side. But Ron Paul ought to be a centrist, common view about what politics ought to be. This is the view that I have developed. Or the Jeff Deist is center right, but in the center. But I've realized recently, actually, no, I know that Ron Paul and Jeff Dye, they are considered to be on the far right. But they are not. I mean, they are, but if they are, it's because there's a serious problem. They ought to be in the center. Hans Hermann Hoppe, that's right-wing German politics, but it's just right-wing. It's not the far right, it's right-wing German politics, which is universalist. Yeah. This is my view about politics, but yeah, so these are the brief comments. And finally, the last topic that I want to mention, before introducing the documents, yeah, about Rollo Tomassi with UPS. Over the past few days, I've been watching a lot of videos by Mr. Rollo Tomassi, which I have listed, and I will talk about them. UPS, that's just an illustration. I've illustrated with socialism, but I could illustrate with continents, Europe, America, Asia, Africa, Oceania, etc., etc. And each singular country belongs to a particular continent, and all particular continents are continents. The determinations, in this case, they are geographical, climatic, mineralogical, topographical, etc., etc. Each determination of each singular European country, they are shared with the particular countries, the other particular countries. But then, if we talk about just continents and climate, for instance, or topography, of course, it's more difficult because there are variations, etc., etc. There are cold countries and hot countries in the particular continent of Europe, and it works as well in America, in Northern America, Southern America, etc., etc. So here it's not, if we take the determination of geography, climatology, meteorology, it's not, it's still valid, but it's more complex. But that's just an illustration. But UPS works for all topics, genus, species, individuals, insects, flies, and the individual flies, birds, doves, individual doves, mammals, bears, individual bears, or bears, polar bears, other bears, grizzlies, etc., etc. These are just examples. But yeah, with Mr. Rollo Tomassi talking about women, here I just take an example. He made a continuum about the life of women. There is the teen moment from 15 to 18, the break from 18 to 20, the party years from 20 to 27, the epiphany from 27 to 29, the transition 29 to 31, security 31 to 36, development, redevelopment, and reinsurance, I think. Yeah. So the universal would be the life of women. The various particularities would be the periods, which would be distinct by a continuum. So teen, break, party years, epiphany, transition, security, etc., etc. And each singular woman would belong, in terms of the determinacy of age, to a particular moment. All the women in their party years, namely the women, according to the classification of Mr. Tomassi, between 20 and 27, all singular women in this chronological perspective, they would share the particularities of the party years, which are partly cultural, it's a modern West, but also biologically determined, namely all women between 20 and 27, they have in common that they are in their peak years in terms of sexual attractiveness for males, etc., etc. Yeah, that's just an illustration. And it means that whatever is true for the particular is true for all the singulars which are contained under the singular. What is true of women biologically is true of every type of woman, whatever her age, her origin, her level of intelligence, her social background, her culture. What is true of the universal is true of each particularization. What is true of each particularization is true of all the singulars which are contained under. And science consists in studying the particulars and the universal, and to be able to deduce the behaviors, either in terms of human behavior or the behaviors in the broader sense, in the sense that in this broad sense, one might say that a rock which falls behaves in the sense that it is attracted by gravitational attraction of whatever physical object attracts her the most, namely the center of the Earth, but it can fall on the Moon or on Mars. But an object exerting a strong gravitational attraction on another object, one would say that the attracted object behaves. It's not a proper way of talking, but that's just to illustrate. But here, let us talk only about human behavior. The behavior of each singular is determined by his particularities and its universality. Yeah. It's just to illustrate. And the comment that I've made is that Mr. Rollo Tomassi, that's just an example, or the manosphere, they talk about the universal of womanhood or femininity and the various particular types of women, depending on age, depending on the mindset, depending on the beauty, depending on various particular characteristics. But when one studies this kind of topic, it's just basic science. It means that every singular woman obeys unconsciously to the laws of its particular group and its universality. Every singular woman is a woman. The determination of women in general, which are becoming widely available through scientific study, sociobiological study on the internet and in modern publication, they apply to all women. But it's true for just to take the example, it's true for socialism in economics, for males in sociobiology as well. The determination of males, they apply to all. And here, males, they can be either alpha males, beta males, sigma males, etc. And then there are all singular males which obey more or less to a certain the laws of a certain group, etc., etc. It's just to clarify, actually. And I wrote also, if people, if they have the ability, the interest, the time, the money, whatever, something they could do is simply to translate great American ideas, most of American ideas, not all of them, but most of them are great, in their own country. Because what Mr. Rollo Tomassi says about women, it's not only true about modern American women. Of course, the party years, the break, etc., it's predominantly a cultural, not predominantly, it's partly a cultural phenomenon, but actually it reveals a fundamental socio-biological perspective, namely that women are at their most attractive in their early 20s. But what he says about women in the case of modern America is actually true of every woman. Women in India, they obey to the same fundamental laws. Women, native or Australian Aboriginal women, Sub-Saharan African women, Middle Eastern women, they obey to the same fundamental determination. The culture is different in terms of values or religious views, in terms of economic status, in terms of technological development, etc. Of course, there are many particular differences, but the fundamental determinations are the same. A woman in her 20s, whatever her origin, her background, her socio-economic status, her religious views, etc., she obeys the fundamental determination of women in their 20s, namely, they are determined to act in a certain way in male versus female relationship because of socio-biological determinations. It's just an illustration. The videos of Mr. Rollo Tomassi are very interesting, but they are also it's difficult. They are very good, but it's difficult to watch because it kind of ruins partly one's view of women, because precisely every singular is contained under the universal. It means that every woman obeys to the fundamental laws of females, and this knowledge can be used for good or for less good, but that's I intended to talk about this specific topic, but actually I won't. I will talk in another video probably, but it is just UPS is a universal classification of all things. All things are singular objects tied to a universal for the mediation of a particularity. I will make a short pause, but I've briefly talked about it. It took me 1 hour and 34 minutes, and now I will take a short pause where I will drink a glass of water that I will appreciate. Or maybe I will drink a rice vegetal drink, because I buy most of my groceries in an organic shop, and sometimes they distribute out-of-date products which are still healthy to consume, but they are out of date, so they are not allowed to sell these products. That's one way of sparing money, to be willing to consume products which are not for sale any longer because of date limitation, but which are still healthy to eat. That's what I've been doing. Or usually I drink only water, but here there was an opportunity for free. So yeah, that's a piece of advice. Yeah, so I will take a short pause, and I will then comment my documents. Okay, I've just taken a short pause. Now it's 3:53 p.m. 15:53 p.m. I'm still in my pause. I'm eating a fruit, but I will make a brief comment precisely about women and UPS. A lot of my content in a lot of my video has consisted in expressing very calmly thoughts that I have discovered in moments of either despair or ontological crisis or psychological breakdown. So here I can express very calmly what I've understood. On a singular level, I haven't had almost any conversation about scientific topics, about interesting topics in terms of the sciences, metaphysics, anthropology, psychology, economics, sociology, politics, history, art, religion, and philosophy, with almost no one, but actually with no male. I have accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge without ever having had anyone to talk to who can understand what I talk about in terms of the same references. And I have the very few persons that I have talked to have been women, and I've understood, I already understood this a few years ago, but actually women can be great, of course, but there's an ontological difference between men and women. And women, they do not have the same topics of interest than men. And I have talked for years to a few persons, and over the past few months to more people in my empirical life, to what I call empirical people, which are just singular individuals, and I have almost never aroused any sort of interest for what I talk about. Although I talk about philosophy, religion, science, an encyclopedic view of the totality of being. I talk about spirit sometimes, about God as I envision this, and I have aroused almost zero interest. And I have believed for many years, up until probably up until the month of May or June 2022, that it was because I had nothing interesting to say. Because since 2009, I have lived almost completely isolated, with a few exceptions in 2021, and this year, over the past few months, I've been more and more extrovert, not psychologically, but in my social behavior. And I never believed, I never expected that I would have anything interesting to say, because I never had any empirical validation. Because when I talk, either privately or publicly, about the topics which are interesting to me, namely philosophy, which includes the totality of being, an encyclopedic view of everything, of the cosmos, with a few exception of a few the one or two people who have shown consistent interest in my videos, who have left comments, there are three persons over time which has shown interest at various moments in my content. Although I've produced, I think, no more than 540 videos, there are three people, and as of now there are one or two persons who find interest in my video, consistent interest. And in my empirical life, which is connected to the universal life, but in my empirical encounters with singular people, every time that I have a short discussion, more than the daily conveniences of business to buy supplies, etc., that I have the opportunity to talk vaguely about my philosophical view, I arouse almost zero interest. And I have believed for many years that it was because what I had to say was not interesting. And I've understood over the past few months that actually at some moment it was because what I said was way too complex. But even when I simplify, I use ordinary language, simple words, metaphors, I speak very calmly, very intelligibly, people are not interested. And only recently I've understood it's because, first, the cultural level has really been downgraded. And another aspect, this is what I intend to talk about, is that women, here that's, women are simply not interested in the scientific view. Here that's my view from Evola and Weiniger, but I know it's partly true. Men, they can be interested in science and truth and philosophy just for its own sake, with no ulterior motive, just for the sake of being truth, for the sake of truth, science for the sake of knowledge, with no, of course there are many men who are interested in science because they envision the applicable aspect, the useful aspect. It can bring profit, it can bring innovation, it can bring power, influence, or whatever. It's partly true, but there are some men who are interested in studying science, studying the cosmos, studying themselves, studying philosophy, just for its own sake. It's an end in itself. There is no ulterior motive. And this kind of behavior, which I partly, it's one of my predominant features, namely, if I have the opportunity to peacefully read a book, I can read a book about chemistry, about physics, about anthropology, with no ulterior motive other than just to understand, just for the sake of science. It's an end in itself. That's what Aristotle said, that the theory is the greatest good, according to Aristotle, and partly Spinoza and partly Hegel and even Plato, that knowledge for its own sake, not the knowledge in order to gain power or influence or money or no, just knowledge, understanding is an end, can be envisioned as an end in itself. And this view, women on an ontological level, they do not understand this. And I have found myself in situations where I know that I say very, very intelligent things, very profound things in a simple way, in an intelligible way, but it arouses no interest. And when the person seems to be interested, they don't understand what I say, not because of a lack of intelligence, but a difference between men and women in faculty of logical deduction, in a way. My empirical experience is that most of the women that I've talked to, they can be very intelligent in their own way, but there are certain things that they say, but they do not understand the consequences, and so they repeat profound thoughts without envisioning the logical consequence. I have been partly guilty of that, but I will not blame myself completely for that nonetheless, because there are really things that I say, and for me it's clear that the other has understood, but most of the time I realize, no, the other has not understood. Although I have expressed this as clearly as I could, I have repeated this many times, but there is a misunderstanding. I've understood this. I've understood many years ago, but I keep. That here I will say I don't know how to communicate, because when I speak the truth is a totality, but when I speak parts of the truth in an intelligible, simple language, accessible to potentially every person with a relative amount of intelligence, and yeah, that's an effort for me, but it's okay. But then people do not react, and when I try to force my truth, people react negatively. So if I speak the truth very simply, without insisting too much, if people do not understand, they might accuse me of not having been clear enough, or not having insisted enough, or I don't know what. But if I do this, they accuse me of being arrogant, authoritarian. I can be arrogant, yeah, but sometimes I'm just not confident. I'm just confident in what I know is true, and then I can be accused of being authoritarian, totalitarian. So yeah, it's I will say what I think about women. I think a lot of things about women, but I know that there is a radical difference between men and women. Is that precisely women? It's not. It's a judgment, but it's not a negative judgment. It can be sometimes, but it's just how things are. That most of the time, women, when when they listen to men, it's because of an ulterior motive. Because they want to be polite, they want to have a good reputation, to be available, or to be respectful, or because they are interested in their children, or because they are interested in a man as a potential partner, or because they want to learn in order to. It's not a blame. It's just that it's different. Men, when they find something genuinely interesting to talk about and to discuss, they can do it out of pure love of truth and knowledge and science, and it's just a difference. Women are not spontaneously attracted. They don't have to. I just notice how things are in the realm of science, in the broader sense, and philosophy. They are not spontaneously attracted. They do not spontaneously ask themselves questions about the nature of the universe, the nature of God. They unconsciously expect answers to be given to them, but they are not spontaneously searching for answers. And they do not spontaneously ask themselves questions, or if they do not invest as much focus, dedication, and time in trying to find the answer. Yeah. And sometimes I've noticed that women, they express ideas, and if they are challenged on an intellectual level, they are unable to explain why they said what they say. It happened here. These are famous videos. It can be caricatures, but sometimes young women who are asked about their political views, about feminism or fascism, or they are asked questions. They answer immediately. Oh, fascism is wrong. It's evil. The patriarchy is evil. Can you define fascism? Can you show me the patriarchy? Can you define, give determinations, explain in a historical perspective? And then most of the time they are at a complete loss. They have just repeated an idea that they were taught in their university, in the media, and they have to repeat these ideas in order to fit into the social game, to be accepted, to show that they belong to the group. That's part of an aspect. It's not a critique. That's how women function. They are more influenced by the opinions of the group than others. Mr. Tomassi made a video precisely about women in the US who vote for the Democrats, and when they are married, they vote for the Republicans. here I would say, well, I think the idea that mass democracy, everyone has a right to vote, it's a bad joke. But to allow women to vote, it's not serious. Democracy, it's not serious, but to let women vote, it's not serious either. Because when asked why a woman votes for who or what political party she votes for, it's not a question of intelligence. Women can be very intelligent on other topics, but in realm of politics, economics, usually overwhelmingly they just repeat whatever figure of authority, whether it's their husband or the church leader or the most charismatic journalist or a trendy intellectual or their guru in academics, their teacher, their professor, or whatever is trendy, they just repeat without thinking things through. I understood this many years ago. Women, in the realm of science, here politics can be envisioned as partly a social science. It's not really a social science, but yeah, let us simplify. They can only borrow ideas from men and repeat ideas from the figure of authority, usually spiritual authority, that they respect the most, or which is the most respected in society. They are followers in a way. That's not a critique, because women and men have to be different, but this is how women function. There is, most of the time, there is no logical consistency whatsoever in political views from women. Because here, I will just conclude, this is almost the end of my pod, I've been talking for 15 minutes, but I know now, I have doubted this for many months, many years, but now I'm sure that when I decide to, in my empirical conversation, I can share knowledge in the form of, I would say knowledge in the form of gold. No, actually, gold in the form of knowledge. For instance, in a country like France, even if it's Germany actually, the ideas of Mr. Rollo Tomassi, which are scientifically valid, I'm not saying that everything he says is correct, but overwhelmingly he has a sound, intelligent, cynical sometimes, but also lucid perspective on the behavior of women from a sociobiological standpoint, which explains love relationship. It's up to date in a sense that he's not the most expert, but he's the person who can share this knowledge in the most simplified way. And someone like David Booth, he's more scholarly than Rollo Tomassi, but the fundamental ideas, they are kind of similar. Mr. Rollo Tomassi, he's more politically incorrect, but the fundamental ideas, they are just the explanation of female behavior and male behavior by modern science. But these ideas, they are not yet widespread in the entirety of the Western world, although it is starting to develop, but it's predominantly, as of now, in the American and Anglo-Saxon sphere. So in a country where the native population speak French, it's not widespread. And when I share these kind of ideas with people, they do not react. And I now know that it's not because what I say is not interesting, it's simply because it's not either because the other person lacks intelligence. They lack often culture, in the sense of scientific culture, but it's simply because it has not yet been validated by authority, by moral authority. Therefore, people are not interested when these are women. Women, they have to it's not true of all, but it's overwhelmingly how it's determined quantitatively. They do not make the first step, usually. And once an idea or a view becomes mainstream, they say, but I knew from the start. Yeah. Another empirical how should I, to become aware of empirical data, women, when are confronted by a situation which they are not used to, they can lose all their certainty very quickly. I've noticed this in very simple situations. Women who are intelligent and who are competent, when the masculine authority, the masculine figure of authority disappears from a situation that ought to be familiar, they are completely at a loss. They don't know what to do. These are singular cases that I've noticed, but actually it's a manifestation of universal determinations. So feminism in the modern sense, independence for women, strong independent women, it's a bad joke, because of course it's good to have women as strong and intelligent and independent as possible, but the counterpart of feminism is the welfare state. If we just look at the aspect of women, they can marry who they want, they can have sex with who they want, they can get a job, they can pay their own bills, etc. That's one aspect. The counterpart, which is never discussed, is the emancipation of women coincide empirically with mass immigration in Western Europe by traditionalist population. Namely, the emancipation of women in Western Europe, it goes hand in hand with sometimes a radical traditionalist form of Islam, and in the mind of the feminist, it's not contradictory. But also with the tremendous growth of the state. So what women call independence is dependence on the state. You just replace the husband, the patriarchy, you replace the husband by the state. Yeah. The state does not inflict violence directly to women as some violent husbands used to do and still do in difficult marriages, but indirectly by allowing crime rates to soar, by encouraging indirectly crime. They bring drugs, they bring crime, etc., etc. The state allows this to happen, and also, so this is in the inner territory. The state does not protect its citizens from violence in Western countries, in modern Western countries. That's the first moment. And second, the state can be very violent against opponents within and against enemies outside, the wars which are financed by the taxes, etc., etc. That's just an illustration. So yeah, but this very simple view to say that feminism coincide with the rise of the welfare state, the nanny state, which is actually the patriarchy in the form of bureaucratic control. The feminists, they do not talk about this. Yeah, just to have the view of the full view, and to say just that countries governed by women, like Sweden, they coincide with staggering rise in crime rates. To connect the dots, very few feminists do this. So yeah, it's just feminism has become trendy. So women repeat this, but over the past few days I've watched some women complain about feminism, and a lot of women, when they're honest, they say, okay, feminism has completely ruined our existence as women. They are forced to say, feminism, that's independence, etc., because that's the trend. This is what the figures of authority, which are all males in the academia, the newspapers, the political spheres, what they say. So women, they just repeat. But if they are challenged, can you make a statistical study of the benefits for women in the full sociological perspective? No, they will say if they are challenged on an intellectual level, they cannot back this up. They would be forced to acknowledge, okay, I just said this because that's what I was told. But yeah, it's when one discovers this, it makes one a little bit bitter. But men have to learn to toughen up and to accept that this is how women function. It's part of their charm. It can be very frustrating, but it has to be accepted. That's why there are men and women, and if men want interesting conversation, they ought not to discuss politics with women or economics or etc., and they can speak with other men. Yeah, but it has to be to be understood. Yeah. Okay. So here I'm in a stable mood, but to talk to another person about very interesting topics, to say, I didn't know, I wasn't aware, but now I've become aware that I can say very interesting things and the other person is not interested at all. Or if he or she is, it's out of politeness, or yeah, it's difficult, but okay. I will comment the document. So that's the first one. UPS. This is simply the logical structure of everything. Everything is a singular object, which is a particularization of particular determinacies, and the particularity are themselves particularization of the universal. And this is the structure of everything. This is a singular book about a singular book written by a libertarian. This is another singular book written by another libertarian. These are two different singulars, and they share in common a particularity, which are books written by libertarians, and the universal could be political books or books in general. It depends, but simply what it means is that if it's if it's political books, P is libertarian books, S are the two books, and many others, and the Fed it classifies as well. It means that all the singulars which are contained under a particularity, they share some fundamental determinations in common. And the Fed, the intellectual regression of France, and getting libertarianism right, they are distinct on a singular level. They do not speak about the same topics, or not with the same intensity, the same length, not the same references, etc. But they all share in common fundamental views, which are libertarian views. They all promote liberty in the realm of liberty, freedom of speech for Mr. Nemo, sound money and prosperity and sound economic behavior from the perspective of Ron Paul, and political liberty in the broadest sense for Mr. Hopper. So they all share in common some fundamental determinations which would be particular, and they all are political books, namely they all talk about how men ought to behave in terms of morality, rights, and legislation in public life. These are not books about astronomy, or books about personal development, or books about the history of art, or not. These are not novels. These are political books from a libertarian perspective, and they are all the singular books written by libertarians about libertarianism. They belong to the particularity, and which means that if the determinations of the particular are understood, it can be logically deduced that all the singulars which belong to this class will share the same fundamental determination in common. Another example, a really great book, this book, Mr. Di Lorenzo, promoted by Ron Paul. Did I say Ron Paul, he only reads good books? I guess so. Maybe at some moment Ron Paul will read German metaphysics. I don't know. Yeah. Let us take an example. The chapter minimum wage, maximum folly. Minimum wage, maximum folly. Minimum wage laws are a particular set of socialist laws. They are not necessarily socialist, but usually they are favored by the left-wing, proto-socialist side of the political spectrum. There are, of course, many in modern social democratic society. There are many right-wingers who advocate minimum wage, or at least who do not question these laws, but usually it's more of a leftist trend. It can be right-wing as well, yeah, but usually I simplify. Minimum wage, it's a particular set of economic legislation which belongs to not necessarily a socialist, but at least a social perspective on the economy. Free education, that would be another example. Free healthcare, that would be another example. These are examples of particular social economic policies, so minimum wage, free education, free healthcare, retirement, etc., etc. And each singular country, in this case, the minimum wage law, their destructive effects are the same in their fundamental determinations in each singular country. Whether this is minimum wage laws in the US, in Belgium, in Japan, etc., etc., because it's logical in a way. That's why studying one singular case, abstracting the particular and the universal, enables them to deduce the truth and the truths for all other particulars and all other singulars. Yeah, this is what we call in science a case study. The chapter on minimum wage, it's not a case study in a sense. It's not the history of minimum wage laws and the negative impact it has had upon the American economy. But most of the examples are drawn from the American economy, but they can be applied universally, which here means to all particular countries which apply excessive minimum wage regulations. Yeah, that's just an example of the process of abstraction, which enables to understand not only one singulars, but eventually all of them in their fundamental determination, in their most important, in their essential determinations. Yeah. Okay. I've showed this. I will not comment. Here I will not comment. I've done this over many videos, and I will show the list of my videos. But what I can say is that the particular and the universal is contained in each singular. I will make a pause. I will make a pause. No, I won't. I will keep talking while I can. Here it's another illustration of the self, the ego, which experiences sensation. Every thinking human is das Ich, is a self, and he or she has sensation, which are determination brought about by the external world in a realm of the sensuous aspect, feelings which are inner determinations of the soul, one might say, and thoughts which are by their very nature universal, and through language, which is an expression, an objective expression by making molecules of air vibrate in a certain rhythm to articulate, by the movement of the tongue, to articulate sounds which have meaning. Language enables every self to express his sensations, his feelings or emotions, and his thoughts. So language exists through words, and words are signs of thoughts. And the thoughts which are being shared, they are being shared through words which belong to a particular language. Universal would be language, the particular would be the various languages, German, English, Chinese, Spanish, etc., etc. And the thoughts, they are universal, they are categories, but they are clothed in, or they are covered in words. But the thoughts, the thought, the determination, the categories, they are the same for every human, but the words, they are different because there's an infinite multiplicity of words in all the various languages, and sometimes in one language, many words can express the same thoughts, and one thought can be expressed by many words. One thought can be expressed by many words, and one word can express many thoughts. Yeah. And language is a means for a self to communicate with another self, to express his or her own sensation, feelings, and thoughts. But in order for communication to occur, this is what How to Read a Book talks about in a very intelligible way at the beginning, there has to be accordance, agreement on the meaning of words and the thoughts that they express. In my own words, I used to say a few years ago that the world had lost its metaphysics, because metaphysics would be the study of the categories and the thoughts, and in order for communication to be successful, there has to be an agreement upon the meaning of the words which are being used. Otherwise, I know by heart this sentence, otherwise if there is no understanding, common understanding on the thoughts which are being shared, words are being exchanged, but no thoughts. There is misunderstanding, sounds are being exchanged. If only language and words circulate, thoughts and thoughts are, words are being exchanged, but no thoughts, or they are not being understood. Because that's why it's important to define the words which are being used. And here another illustration is that the transition from one subject to the other, that is what is subjective, and in blue this is what is objective. The thoughts and the categories expressed through words, which are sounds or written signs, and language is a means to objectify what is subjective, to exteriorize what is inner, and in order to communicate successfully, there has to be a common agreement upon the meaning of the words expressed. Yeah, that's why I have been making so many videos on logic, to make sure that people understand the same things. Thing is a logical category when they speak. Yeah. That's the first document. I could comment more and more, but really here it simplifies. So here I express through my own words that I speak in the English language with my own accent, my own limitations, and I try, when I think a word is important, when I'm consciously aware of this, when I'm in full possession of my focus, I try to define, not very rigorously, but as rigorously as it can get in a short amount of time, the meaning of the words that I use. Usually, for instance, when I say European, for me, European doesn't mean a citizen of a European country. For me, it means anthropological European, which another word is white people. For me, white and European, in terms of anthropology, they are synonymous. It's not the case for everyone, but that's how I envision things. I clarify when I use this word. To define the words that are used is important. What do you mean when you say socialism, capitalism, when you say patriotism, when you say money, what do you mean? When you say America, what do you mean? Because behind one word, let us take a country, Canada. The word Canada, it's one word, and it's an objective reality. It's a sound, or it can be written with letters. But each person, not each, but most of the person who hear the word Canada, it will trigger not sensations or feeling, maybe feeling, but it will trigger representation, images, and thoughts in their mind. But it will be different for each person who understands meaning, who gets a meaningful understanding of the word Canada, for each person. But then, in order to go beyond a subjective aspect and to have an objective communication, there has to be definitions, and there is a logical order. If we talk about Canada first, I will not make a lecture on Canada, but one has first to talk about the geological. It's a Northern American country. Country is a determination of law, but it is geographically situated in the Northern American continent. There is a population, a demographic population, divided in various ethnic groups, in genders, with an age pyramid, etc., etc. It is an economy, it is a government and a country, there are laws, there is an economy, there are sociological distribution, there is a culture, etc. All the determination, there is a history, all have to be given, and if they are objective and if they are true, namely if they are adequate to what they are supposed to describe, there can be agreement. But here I will use a very simple example. Of course, the first thing I think about when I hear the word Canada is maple syrup and then Jordan Peterson. Which one is better? It depends on the circumstances. Of course, if for you Canada is just maple syrup, well, if it's just Jordan Peterson, that's good. But unfortunately for the Canadians, not all Canadians are as good and interesting as Mr. Peterson. Yeah, but that's just an illustration. That's why it's important to clarify, what do you mean? Another example, socialism. When people hear the word, it's an objective reality, it's a sound, or it's a written word if it's written. The word socialism, what does it evoke? For some people, that's an ideal of equality, prosperity for all, fraternity, reduction of the working hours, a harmonious society, etc., etc., etc. That's a view. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I say that for some people, this is broadly what they envision when they hear the word socialism, the end of economic oppression. For some others, when they hear the same word, for them it evokes Stalin, Mao, Lenin, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, etc., etc. That would be a historical perspective. The previous one would be a psychological, political perspective. And for other people, like Mr. Di Lorenzo, and actually the economist, socialism, it's not just images, representation, it's a conceptual in the ordinary sense, namely a rational understanding of the economic aspect. This is rigorously defined by public means of public ownership of the means of production, or centralized organization of the economy, or planned economy, or high taxes for the sake of redistribution, or an ideal of economic equality. There are various definitions because there are various types of socialism throughout time, depending on the ideological current. There is a socialism, then there is a international socialism, there is a workers' socialism, Soviet socialism, national socialism, green socialism, Leninist socialism, the democratic socialism, etc., etc. Yeah, so it's important to define, what do you mean? In books, when people have the time to express their thoughts clearly, if it's written by intelligent people, they take the time usually to define. So one can agree or disagree with what the author says, whether it's a writer or a person who speaks. One can disagree, agree or disagree with what is being expressed, but at least if the person defines rigorously and if he's more or less consistent with his definition, at least it's coherent and it enables understanding. Agreement and understanding, they are different, but in order to agree, understanding is a first step. If there is agreement without common understanding, it's not an agreement, it's a misunderstanding. Yeah. So to define the words which are being used by expressing one's own thought as clearly as possible, it's the first step towards solving a lot of problems. So, yeah. Yeah. And here, I will be a little bit comical, because here I'm in a good mood. A comical experience would be to ask people with no previous background, write in a few sentences what you envision when you hear this word or that word. In 5 sentences or 10 sentences, what does it evoke to you? The answers, if they were compared, depending on the origin, the sociology, the age, the culture, the intelligence, would be, in some circumstances, it would be quite comical. One of the most misunderstood words is probably the word God. What do you mean when you say God? There are a lot of misunderstanding about God because people do not take the labor, I would say the time. No, it's actually a labor of the intellect to define rigorously, to categorize. Yeah. Okay. Now, second document. I've already, so this is my document. I think really it's a good idea. Maybe I'm not the first one to do this, and it's not completed. It's just the seed. Yeah. I've showed previously in the video. If people are interested, watch back. Or if people are vaguely intelligent, if they have an internet connection, they can do this for themselves. It's just that it's very useful because all humans suffer at some moments, at least, from psychological problems. Some, I don't know the quantitative determination, but some humans suffer from psychiatric problems, which can be more or less intense, which means more extended throughout their lifetime, or which would have more extended consequences in their behavior, etc. Psychiatric problem. The same goes for psychoanalytical problems. A lot of people suffer from at least one of these problems, sometimes many. All of them, I don't know if it's possible, at the same time at least. Well, a lot of people struggle in their relationship with the other gender or the other sex. And a lot of people, if they heard about it, they would be interested in homeschooling, quitting their bullshit job, fixing the problem of homelessness, appeasing the conflicts between the generations, and stop buying useless crap. So I have already showed the links. It's not done. It hasn't been done rigorously. It has been done systematically in the sense that every morning I usually take half an hour to watch a couple of videos that I stumble upon, not completely randomly, but which seem interesting, and then if they are interesting, I list them. So I've already showed all the videos about psychology that I've listed, and sometimes I rewatch them because they are genuinely important. And here are, I will show, without commenting too much, but in the realm of psychiatry, to study, here, these are the determinations that I've extracted from videos about antisocial behavior. These are features, symptoms, manifestations. I've tried to study this aspect about myself eventually. I tend to suffer more from sociopathy than psychopathy. I can suffer partly from some of these determinations, but I'm more of a sociopath than a psychopath. Here a video by Psych2Go in French. Here's another video, and here are some characteristics. So we live in case it's not clear, we live in an age where the universal determination of psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis are made available to all in a very simple. It's simple. Usually it requires a little bit of focus, and it can be a little bit challenging intellectually. But the videos by Psych2Go, they are usually very great because they are they are available potentially to everyone, but they are accessible in terms of intellect. It doesn't require a PhD to understand what is being said. There are colors, there's a sound, appeasing voice. The lady has a very beautiful voice. It's well done. There are images. It's well ordered. It's very interesting. It's very high quality content. And my idea to try to solve the problems simply consists in listing for every topic. If people think that they suffer from psychiatric or psychological problems, then they might be interested in they go check on Wikipedia, then they can find videos, and it will help them a lot. They can self-diagnose if they have a relative amount of intelligence, and even professional psychologists, they can learn a lot. These videos deserve to be translated. Not these videos themselves, but most of the videos that I've listed, they deserve to be translated in potentially all the languages, because there are schizophrenic and psychotics in every country. Maybe more in Germany than in other countries. Yeah. I'm in a mood to laugh, but The videos about Asperger have helped me tremendously. The books even more, but when I discovered that I'm partly Asperger, it has shed so much light upon my past behavior that it has been a healing. I will not define myself constantly as Asperger, but it's an aspect of me, and it has appeased me a lot. It's very statistically very rare, so it will not be useful quantitatively for a lot of people. But yeah, this channel, Living Well with Schizophrenia, this lady is very intelligent, and she has done a tremendous work upon herself, and her pieces of advice can help a lot. I also partly suffer from schizophrenia. And here are videos about physiognomy, namely the relationship between body language, the face reading, etc., etc. If it can help people understand themselves and understand others. Yeah. Then, about psychoanalysis. Usually, these are channel, title of the video. Channel, title of the video. So these are good videos. I've watched them. Maybe I will rewatch them. Actualize.org, it's really a great channel. Here, these are not videos, these are notes that I've taken. It has helped me understand a lot. In pop culture language, Eminem, that would be the super ego. Eminem would be the super ego. Slim Shady would be the id. And Marshall Mathers would be the ego. And Slim Shady and Eminem are two modes of the expression of Marshall Mathers. Yeah, it's very simple actually. For me, that would be Nietzsche, Kant, and Hegel. Yeah. Yeah. It's really useful because it's a here a UPS. Every singular human. I'm not. I'm not saying that there's a lot to say about psychoanalysis, but every human to a certain extent suffers from psychoanalytical problems, and if it can help people understand themselves and cure themselves, yeah. The left, the moralistic anti-racist left, that's the super ego of the modern Western world. And the id, it's also the fundamental determination in economics, immediacy. We want a socialist policy because we want immediate satisfaction. It's not even if in the long term it ruins the economy. So there's a childish behavior in the Western world, which is complemented by a super ego in terms of anti-racist morality. Yeah. It explains a lot about the psychoanalytical lens can shed a lot of light on the modern political life of the Western world. Yeah, and if they are imbalanced, it's problematic. Yeah. So this is what I've drawn briefly from the video, but it can shed so much light. And if people understand themselves psychologically, psychiatrically, in case they suffer from psychiatric problems, and to be partly paranoid, to be partly a sociopath, even the healthy people, they have a tiny aspect. It's quantitatively very limited, but there is a quantitative amount of psychopathy and sociopathy in every individual, or except maybe not the saints, but in most humans, even the perfectly well balanced, they have a dark aspect, even if they have mastered their dark aspects. But yeah, it can explain a lot. And we live in an age where all this knowledge is made available for free for those who have an internet connection. Yeah, it's in a sense it's a universal cure. That's part of my plan to replace the educational system. You watch a few videos. If you are intelligent, you focus, etc. about psychoanalysis. You don't need to go to college, or at least you will have gotten a good introduction. Yeah. Daily life. Here I have not listed, but I've started it. For me, that's a great idea. You list all the problems and you list videos. Here I think it's a book, it's not a video. The books or the videos or the articles which help solve the problem, so that first people become aware of the problem and then they find a solution. I've not done this rigorously because I do not suffer from sleep problems. Although recently I've suffered from exhaustion, so I've slept more because I have been very exhausted. But cold showers, I don't need to be convinced. I've started to do this consistently and spontaneously, but there is a theoretical aspect. 7 benefits of cold showers, cold shower therapy, etc., etc. Porn, masturbation. I do not need to watch videos to quit porn. When I decided to stop, I stopped and haven't watched porn, or I haven't masturbated since February 2022, and I no longer need to. But for those who suffer from this, you watch some of these videos. First it might help you understand, and then it might give you the strength and motivation to quit. Cigarettes, the same. When I quit cigarettes, I no longer need to. It's no longer a problem for me. But for those who suffer from cigarette addiction, if they want to get informed, there are many videos. Same goes for alcohol. I don't know if it's very useful, but for those who suffer from alcohol addiction, they can find materials on YouTube. Same for gambling, television. The trailer or the opening scene of Idiocracy, that's enough to make you quit watching TV. Video games, they can be an addiction. Democracy. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't need to watch videos about democracy. Here, if I were a little bit evil, I would have listed just random conversation with ordinary people, the kind of on the street, when some people in the video, they ask questions to the average person. You watch this for 5 minutes. This is what Churchill said. I think it's Churchill. An average discussion with the average citizen is enough to convince me that democracy... Yeah, you also said that's the worst regime, except all the others. Yeah, but I don't know who said that, but there's a famous person who said an average conversation with the average citizen about politics, it's enough, or about any topic actually, it's enough to say, okay, democracy, that's a bad joke. So, yeah, but yeah. I would recommend the book by Mr. Hopper, Democracy, the God That Failed, but it's very theoretical, although not so, but it's quite theoretical, it's quite demanding, but simply the state of, not the state in the sense of the government and its institution, the state in the sense of the way it is, the way the countries are being governed in the Western world, that's enough to refute democracy. It's not, the problem is not the political form, because a democracy run by virtuous, dedicated people would function. An aristocracy run by decadent people would be a mess. So it's not just the formal aspect. There has to be the content as well. These are logical determinations. So there have been great democracies, Greek democracy, the American democracy in the early decades or centuries, the first few decades after the birth of the American Republic. There have been aspects of democracy in England which have been very successful, etc. Switzerland, etc. There have been successful historical examples of democracies, but they were not mass democracies with voting for everyone, men, women, whatever the age, whatever the origin, whatever the income, whatever the property rights, whatever the level of literacy, the level of intelligence. No, this universal democracy, one man, one vote, or one human, one vote, indistinctly, it's a bad joke. Yeah. But a small amount or relative amount of democracy, in a sense, sharing the power, of course, is good. That's the ideal of republics. A republic is a virtuous oligarchy. Here it means oligarchy, I mean the power of the many. There are many people who have to share the power, the political power, but they have to be virtuous. This is the ideal of Sparta, Rome, partly Switzerland, the early decades of the American Republic, and that's the Republican ideal. Even in France, they had this ideal. It has partly been fulfilled sometimes in the 19th century, sometimes not so, in the 20th and 21st century, but the ideal of a republic is partly a democratic regime, in a sense, not of mass democracy, but that power is being shared by people without too much consideration for status, for the good sense, the meritocratic ideal of separation of powers, not in the formal aspect of legislative, judicial and executive, although it is also, but separation in the sense of spread, the sharing of power among deserving people. That's, of course, a noble ideal. Yeah, problems of drugs, obesity, how to run a budget, videos can be found, prepping, these are names, minimalism, how to reduce one's own standards of living, and home economics, how to run a home economically, not in a modern theoretical, but how to run one's own household. This is what traditional women used to do before feminism ruined women and economics, home economics as well. These are examples, but it can be filled with many other videos. I do not spend my day working on this document. This is the formal structure. Here, men and women, all the good videos. Here's a video by Red Ice. Stella, you are great, of course. This lady makes great videos. Mr. Peterson has made great videos about masculinity and femininity. Mr. Shapiro made a video. I found this video as well. Here it's in French. That's an example of a modern, independent woman, to a certain extent, for the good, a right-wing feminist, one might say, who spreads. I will not. I will skip the dirty joke that I had in mind. I love you, Mrs. Thais. That's a joke. No, that's not a joke that I love you. The joke that I had in mind was no. Spread ideas. Spread ideas. Women are great when they spread their ideas. They are good ideas. That's really a joke. No, I mean this. When women spread good ideas, it's really good. And here it's an example of a French woman, right-wing, blonde, eloquent, intelligent, beautiful, etc., who spread American ideas. I mean, ideas by their very nature, they do not belong to any particular country, but empirically, historically, they are the product of predominantly American science, or at least Anglo-Saxon science. So she is one of the messenger of the spreading of knowledge in a country, an intellectually backward country like France, like modern France. But I'm sure, I know because I discovered this recently as well. There are the same videos in Germany. German women who spread right-wing. Here, right-wing is not the proper determination because in science there is no politics. And if there is, it's manipulation. But ideas which in the realm of politics would be considered right-wing, but actually these are just scientific ideas. They are the same types of videos in Germany, in the German language. Yeah. These are other videos. Yeah. So all the young men who suffer from celibacy, etc., watch this video. It's not enough, but first to understand, that's these are notes that I've taken from a discussion between this person and David Booth. Rational male. I've started binge watching a lot of his videos. Most of the time it's very intelligent, it's lucid, it can be cynical, a little bit depressing, it can bring bitterness, but he's very intelligent. Mr. Tomassi, you are very intelligent. Yeah. I think that's the German woman that I talked about. Here, videos about marriage. Yeah. About feminism. Yeah, these kind of videos, they are not very theoretical. These are just singular cases of testimony from women who have been ruined by feminism. But actually, it's an empirical refutation of feminism. Women, when they are given the opportunity, usually when it is explained intelligently to them, they say, "Oh no, I understand. Actually, my life has been ruined by feminism." Yeah, and the videos of the women who say, "Oh, I want to be a housewife, I want to serve my husband, I don't want responsibility, I don't want to be involved in politics, I don't want to go to college, I just want to be a good housewife." When they really genuinely say this, they mean it. It's kind of comical. Of course, Stella understood this when she was 15. All of you women, you are not worthy of competing with Stella. She's the best. She understood everything. At age 15, she expressed herself more eloquently. She's simply the best. I mean this. Yeah, about hookup culture. And here, Sigma males, I've discovered this a couple of days ago, and it has helped me a lot. In my good aspect, I'm really a Sigma. Yeah. The negative aspect as well, I guess, but yeah. And here, other problems and solutions. We live in an age where people throughout the world, they can share the experience of homeschooling, and people can decide for themselves, and they will notice that overwhelmingly people, children who are homeschooled, they are more intelligent, more open in the good sense, they are more mature, they are more well developed intellectually. There can be problems in terms of social interaction, but usually it's very good. Yeah. And what I try to provide, I will show this in the list of my videos, but this is an example. It's not, strictly speaking, education in the form of theoretical education, although it partly is, but it's a full education, all the aspects, daily life, common life, behavior, ethics, theoretical knowledge. I try to provide the formal structure. Here are denunciation of the failures of the educational system. So there are the books, there are the videos, there are the articles, etc., etc. And here it's not about homeschooling, but these are channels which produce very good content in a neutral way. Yeah. But bullshit jobs, the videos by Mr. David Graeber, or the illustration by Brad Pitt. The problem of homelessness, it's not a theoretical study, it's a testimony from a homeless person. But then there has the full view of society has to be understood. Why does society produces so much homeless people? There are various reasons. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the formal view. It can be thoroughly improved, but simply, I'm just a person who collects data, and I'm in a good mood, and I know it's ethically right to share this knowledge. The people who understand what I'm trying to share, they will improve this on their leisure, and they will improve themselves. Yeah. Now I make a short pause. That's a document that I produced. I've just made a 10 seconds pause. A document that I produced myself. This is what I've been, then again, it's not very systematic, but this is what I have been practicing for the past many weeks, sometimes many months. I've translated myself, here it's in French, here it's in English, so this is what I do in each topic. Procrastination, what do I do against procrastination? I wash the dishes after each meal. I no longer let the dishes pile up. I do this systematically, I clean the dishes. In terms of laundry, I use organic laundry detergent, and I have given away my clothes. Maybe at some moment I will give away my clothes to lady who will be interested in discovering, I don't know, Shakira wrote a great song about underneath your clothes. I will give away my clothes only for Caroline, Stella, and Scarlett if they insist. That's a joke. That's really a joke. But that's an example of what I have done, what I still do, and if I do this, what has become useless is iron, a washing machine, a tumble dryer, fashion clothes, fashion brands, etc. So this would be the positive, and here the negative, not in the sense of bad, but what has become useless, as it's said. So I no longer use this. Either I've never used, or I no longer need to. And if, here I just listed, I will show this, I've just listed my ethical behavior. Here ethics doesn't mean moral, it's simply ethics in the sense of behaving in a civic way. It's not really civic, it's in a virtuous way. I will not rigorously define, but how to behave in everyday life in order to promote virtue, because if more and more people simplified The title of the document is Minimalism. If more and more people simplify their lifestyle, it would reduce comfort, of course, but one has to be willing to give up on some comfort in periods of prosperity, when there are problems of all sorts which are more important than just a little bit of comfort. One has to be willing to give up on one's own comfort for the sake of liberty. Yeah, but also for reducing the ecological footprint. Yeah, so if more and more people did this, it's not rigorous. It's not these are not the 10 Commandments, but this is a modernized version of ethics in the context of an ecological crisis, a civilizational crisis. Here it's just the Western world, which has become over-dependent on consumption for the privileged. I know there are very poor people with very difficult living conditions in the Western world, but overwhelmingly Westerners, they are privileged in comparison with the rest of the world, and partly they deserve, because it's through their own competence and their own work, but making consumption and wealth, material wealth, the center and the ultimate purpose of the entire life of a country, it's morally wrong. It's counterproductive. It brings about decadence, moral decadence, degeneracy, etc. So for all the people who want to simplify their lifestyle, to free up time, to spare a lot of money, to save the planet, make ecology great again. This is what I've been doing consistently for the past few weeks, months, or even for many years. Yeah, I will not comment systematically. People can read. Here, I have modified recently. I've adapted to the environment. Here, that's why it's in yellow, because I used to say I no longer eat hot meals, but actually with the cold temperature, the winter, it has affected really my health. I've become very exhausted, so I've started to alter my diet. I've started eating cooked vegetables and hot meals, soup. I buy sometimes hot meals without sugar, fat, or to the minimum. But I've given up on this principle because it was maybe too radical. So yeah, here it's really radical. But to consume degraded fruits and vegetables which are being distributed freely in some grocery stores, that's a good idea. If you have not, it's good. People who complain the waste of food, over the past few months, I would say, past few weeks and couple of months, I've started eating degraded fruits and vegetables which are being offered for free in local grocery stores when they are outdated but still edible. And it enables to spare money, it reduces the waste, it's ethical, etc., etc. I keep buying local food or organic food, or sometimes both, predominantly both. Yeah. So if this is applied, not necessarily as rigorously as this, but all these things become useless. Not all electricity, but there can be electricity reduction, reduction in the consumption of gas, wood or coal, etc., etc. Yeah, it reduces the pollution, transportation, economic uselessness. It reduces health problems, overweight, etc., etc. Here, it's just my personal case. Of course, not all people can all of a sudden stop using their cars, but on a personal level, I've never owned a car, and I've during 2022, since the month of March, I've almost only moved and traveled by foot. I've taken the car 3 times since the end of February. It cannot be universalized. Here, most of the good behavior can be universalized, and they ought to be in the context of an ecological crisis, but this cannot be universalized. I have reduced my amount of quantitative work over the past couple of weeks, really because I've become exhausted, but otherwise throughout the year I've had a very high work ethic, depending on what you call work, but I've been dedicated to my project, my worldview, every waking hour. Over the past couple of weeks I've become really exhausted. I've taken more and more naps, moments to sit and just relax, sometimes drinking a herbal tea in a coffee shop, because I've been very exhausted. Yeah, but yeah, I use this. I urinate. I've started this, I think, last week. I started using this yesterday, and I intend to continue. Yeah. I've not reread German metaphysics, only an introductory course for high school students for the sake of making a lecture. It's not really high metaphysics, it's simply an introductory course. But otherwise, I've given up on my most serious addiction, maybe. Yeah. Making supplies as frequently as possible, encouraging local businesses. What if more and more people did this? On a singular level, I practice this, and when I communicate publicly, I preach what I practice. And I practice what I preach, overwhelmingly. I've done this consistently for the past couple of months. I've picked up the cigarette butts and the trash in the street for at least half an hour, sometimes 1 hour, 1 hour and 30, while I go in my walkabout to the local businesses. I've not done this a few times when there's ice on the floor because it's dangerous, or when I was really exhausted, or when I'm really tired, etc. But I've done this almost consistently for many weeks now. Wherever I walk, the streets are more clean. First, because I do not pollute directly, and because I clean up the mess and the trash. Yeah. Yeah. I've done this almost consistently. Yeah. Yeah. About object, I've bought recently, I had stopped buying on Amazon. I've started recently to buy a few objects. I bought a telescope for the sake of studying the cosmos, the planets, the stars. I've not used it yet, but I think it's a good investment because it's genuinely interesting. So it's not a useless object. It promotes science and wonder at the world. So, yeah. Yeah, so this is an example. I will not comment systematically, I will just show again. These are all the ethical behavior that I've been practicing over the past many weeks, many months, sometimes years. Yeah, and if the left side is practiced, the right side becomes useless, overwhelmingly, which reduces ecological footprint, pollution, transportation, energy consumption. It spares a lot of money, it liberates a lot of time, it simplifies the lifestyle, it's good for the health. Most of the pieces of advice here, this diet on the long term, it's not sustainable. I've realized this, but to simplify one's own diet, yeah, and to buy local and organic, yeah, that's what I could say. Here's the document, is how to run a budget. I've started writing this on the 19th of November, so here are the expenses, the amount, the products or the services that I've bought, where I buy this, gifts that I've made, donations, food stamps or that I've distributed, the total amount of the day, the amount of money that I pick up from the bank, money in my wallet. And I have developed over time more rigorously, so I will not show because it's not very interesting, but each day, wallet, expenses, gifts, etc., the total of the day. Yeah, so I've made donations daily for many weeks and months eventually, not in the form of direct money, but in the form of food stamps, books, or donations on the internet to content creators or websites that I believe in. And my libertarian ethics consists in saying that people ought not to depend on the state. I receive broadly 1,000 euros each month from the state due to health insurance after an accident, but I do not think that I deserve this money, so I give away the money, not in the form of giving to everyone, but I buy books for dozens of euros worth of books every day that I distribute. There are public boxes, I distribute my books. I give a food stamps for organic food to encourage people to eat organic, healthier food. I make donations to the churches, even though I'm not a Catholic, but yeah. Wikipedia here. I've made a donation. That's virtue signaling. I give money to Wikipedia to encourage people to become smarter. I give money to the Ron Paul Institute. I've given $300 12 days ago. Yeah. So I list all my expenses. I have no income except the money from the state, but I don't want this money, and I don't need to make an income as of now. And if I wanted to make money, I could make money, but I'm not in it for the money. If I find myself in a position where I have to earn resources, I will find a way to earn resources, but that's not my purpose, because I'm a philosopher, and the purpose of a philosopher is not to make money. It can be the basic requirements sometimes in certain specific conditions. If I have to start selling my work because I have no other choice to survive as long as necessary, I will. But as long as I don't have to make money, I give away money. That's my communist self. I do not force this onto others, but my libertarian ethics is, this is my money, I do whatever I want with it. If I want to be a communist with my money to encourage people to eat better food, to encourage local businesses, all the expenses here in press, it's a bookshop. I distribute everything almost every day, so 50-80 euro of books, of brandly new books, which they are not really great books, because the average intellectual level of books in a country like France is very low in comparison with some of the best books which are produced in America, but they are way above most of our books. I offer the best books available in the current intellectual context of modern France. So they are really good books about science, about sometimes psychology, about history, as right-wing as it can get, not because I'm always a right-winger, but because the current landscape, intellectual and political, is so much leaning towards the left that that balance has to be restored. So I try to share the most right-wing book that I can find in ordinary bookshops, but of course it's very left-leaning nonetheless. Yeah, especially in France. It has developed over time, become more specified. I list all my expenses. That's my accountant self. I've been trained as an accountant for a few months. I list all my expenses. If I had an income, I would list my income as well. Here, virtue signaling. I send money to Ron Paul, to Wikipedia, to make people more intelligent, etc. And if people, they all run a budget, they would be more financially responsible. Of course, it's not just the expenses, there has to be income. But as of now, I'm not in a financially troubled situation because the state gives money to anyone without regard. That's completely irresponsible, but if it can help, if I use the money of the state to distribute knowledge, to encourage people to eat healthy food, to invest in useful products that I'm willing to share with others, so I'm doing good with the very bad budgeting of a socialist state. Here I've done this very simply. I've not spent a lot of time on this, but each day I write all my expenses to be financially responsible. If all people or most people behaved responsibly in a financial way, in a financial manner, there would be a lot less problems. It starts on a singular level, singular, particular, universal. Yeah. Then inventory. I've started making supplies, inspired by Daisy Luther, the American common sense. Each day, it's not possible for everyone, but I advise that every time people go out to buy supplies for their daily consumption or their weekly consumption, that they ought to buy not only food that they consume, but to leave aside supplies for a long-term perspective, to have enough food and water and tools and medicine and hygiene products for many weeks, many months, the most resilient for many years. That's what I've been doing, and I've accumulated. I know almost everything that I own. I've made an inventory, but there are daily income, not in the sense of money income, but incoming products and daily consumption. But overwhelmingly, I consume fresh products. I've started to consume canned products with the winter times, but otherwise I store. I will not show it. It's not very interesting, but that's how I structure. Here's the list of all the food that I have stored, but also all the items that I have in my kitchen, my bathroom, my office, my clothes, everything that I own materially. Here are my supplies in the basement, classified by category, the number. There are fruits, energy fruit. It's not a fresh fruit. There are dried fruits, canned supplies, sugar, canned soups, vegetables, pasta, flour, wheat, oak, etc. Not oak, oat, wheat, etc. Water, juice, etc., etc. Medicine, first aid kits, hygiene for babies, food for babies, and cleaning products, toilet paper, laundry products, and tools. Yeah. So I've listed all that I own, and I keep, as long as I can, making supply every day. To be responsible, to be able to help my surrounding environment, my neighbors, etc. If everyone had enough supplies to last for many weeks, many months, autonomously, or as autonomous as it can get, people would be more responsible, they would be less dependent on state intervention, they would be more autonomous, more responsible. Yeah. So I make a short pause. I've already shared this document several times. I wrote this in the middle of the summer. I think it was in July. I've modified it for the last time, I think on the 24th of September. These are my own practical philosophy, and I've checked recently, I've consistently followed the overwhelming majority, maybe all my own ethical standards. So I have behaved ethically according to my own standards consistently for many months. I will not comment, but I have consistently this is my own view of Kantian ethics, more or less, not always, but I have almost consistently, so in a sense, I am at peace with most of my decisions when they are in accordance with what I believe is true and correct. Yeah. It's very difficult. Sometimes it's contradictory, but so yeah, these are the philosophical ethical standards, the religious ethical standards. Yeah. These are ethics as such. I do not think, it's not something that I learn mechanistically or that I learn by heart, but if I reflect back upon how I've acted over the past few months, I have consistently, unconsciously, or not unconsciously, but spontaneously followed all these ethical standards. Here I've given up a little bit on this recently, because I've done this for many weeks with many different persons, homeless persons, but it hasn't brought a lot of positive results. At some moment it has. I have been helped by people that I have helped in return. It has been a profitable partnership, but I've encountered many disappointing results, so I will no longer insist. If people are willing, okay, but I will not insist, because it's not enough to give money. It's really a structural problem. I have done my part on a singular level. Now I work on a theoretical aspect to understand why there are so many beggars. The reasons on a social level, they are economic, socio-biological, ethical, political, etc., etc. I have not always followed this rigorously, because it's just on a singular level, it doesn't work, because the people usually, they have health problems. The work is not always done satisfactorily or done at all. So I am willing to have good intentions, but if it consistently fails, I adapt my standards. So yeah, yeah. But I still with some homeless people, I still offer them the offer of working in exchange, not for money, but for food stamps. And if they are willing and if they are reliable, if I can envision that they might be reliable, I will keep doing this as long as I can, as long as I have to, etc., etc. I have followed almost all these rules, if not all these rules, consistently over the past many months, for almost 6 months now. Yeah. So I have behaved ethically, and I still intend to do so as long as I can. Of course, it's very difficult. It's the one thing to talk about ethics, but then to apply one's own ethical teaching. First, are they all good? Most of them, I think they are good. Yeah. But it has helped me to be more and more at peace with myself as a growing, self-developing, maturing individual. And yeah. So for instance, one of the reasons which motivates the recording and eventually the publishing of this video when it is published is to universalize my behavior, to speak the truth, to share my knowledge with potentially everyone, and to be the link. Where is Princess Zelda? Princess Ruto is attractive as well. There are so many attractive female protagonists. I don't know with which one to begin. That's a joke for Caroline, Stella, and Scarlett. Yeah. It's really useful. If I can help others. There are not many modern French intellectuals that I would recommend to the Anglo-Saxon, but Mr. Kluskar is one of them. He's really a great he's a Marxist, but a very intelligent Marxist, very critical of the negative tendencies of consumer society and what he calls capitalism, in a form of consumption capitalism, the excesses. I mean, of course, the excesses. Yeah, but he's one of the few French intellectuals worthy of being promoted in the Anglo-Saxon world. Yeah, I have almost consistently followed these rules, which helps me feel better, think better, maybe behave better. I do not give money in the form of money. I give money in the form of books, food stamps, donations to Wikipedia, YouTube content creator, which are productive and intelligent and competent, or Ron Paul or others. Yeah. That's my ethical standards. Now, the plan. My plan that I have tried, I wrote this plan in the month of July, that I have tried and will still try more or less consciously, more or less rigorously, to implement almost all the steps of the plan. I will not comment, but I've worked a lot to abolish the educational system, and I still intend to do so. Human life is precious and sacred eventually. Empty the prisons. Why? There are theoretical reasons, because when the determinism are understood in a full perspective, sociobiological, psychological, economic, sociological, cultural, ethical, etc., if a person who has been sent to prison is showed why he has acted the way he has, and if he understands that he was determined to act in such a way, he ought to be liberated. It's kind of a leftist insanity, but actually it's not insanity because it's backed up rigorously and seriously by modern data. If, let us say, a petty criminal, he robbed a liquor store, if he can be showed, if it can be explained to him, if he understands Why? Oh, if, but then the counterpart that one have to talk about sociobiology, the level of testosterone, the differences in ethnic groups, in terms of various sociological behavior, the IQ, the influence on IQ upon behavior, the reason why, if he comes from a broken family, why the household in modern Western societies or in other countries have been broken, the ethical reason, the lack of authority, of a strong patriarchy for the good sense, etc. There are many reasons which makes it so that there are criminals who act the way they do, and if these people can understand, imagine the whole of society, it's not just the criminal, but the whole of society, if they understand why some criminals behave the way they do, it will spread knowledge, it will make people smarter, and the criminal, if he says, that's why I acted the way I did, I was determined, if he is willing to repent, not in a, repent, but if he genuinely understands, and if the victims of his criminal actions are willing to forgive him because they understand, because they accept, if it fits, the prisons ought to be emptied at some moment. Yeah, that's philosophical. The same goes with the mental institutions. When people understand the reasons behind schizophrenia, autism, paranoia, sociopathy, psychopathy, etc. Yeah, the same. It's not let us be like Bain. No, it's a Bain backed up by Spinoza and modern sociobiology, studies about IQ, a libertarian view of economics, right-wing view of the destruction of the traditional family cell, etc., etc. If the proper explanations are given, if people understand, it will make them smarter, bring peace. Yeah, so this is the explanation. I've almost consistently followed the steps which lead to the fulfillment of most, if not all. I've applied on a singular level. I have shared my ideas publicly. I still have a lot of work to do, but I've been working unconsciously, or rather spontaneously. Spontaneously means it's unconscious in the sense I do not have these steps in mind. I'm not following a rigorous plan, but that's how spontaneously the long-term consequences of most of my actions, they aim consciously or unconsciously towards fulfilling most of these steps. What's the next step of your master plan? Well, give me the number and I will tell you the next step. Yeah. The secret German conspiracy, which is not secret, it is German, but it's not secret, to abolish every government. Eventually, there are philosophical reasons. Because competent, intelligent people, not the same level of competence and intelligence cannot be reached, at least not empirically, in every country because of inherent sociobiological reasons. But if competence, intelligence, and wisdom spread and share eventually, people will self-govern. As long as there has to be government, it will be self-government. That's why I'm doing. Yeah. So that's my plan. Some might say, that's the worst plan I've ever heard of. But you have heard of the plan, no? And there are people who will be seduced by the plan. They expect one of us in a wreckage, brother. Yeah. Yeah. But I will try to limit the wreckage, because it's not in my interest to crash anything except the educational system, the prison institution, the mental institution. I don't want to crush everything. I want to dismantle as peacefully as possible, as smoothly as possible, a lot of useless institutions. Okay, now short pause. Okay, here is the list in the chronological order of all the videos that I have published and which are available on the internet, starting in 2019 up until December 2022, and I will show the chronological order to help find a sense of chronological consistency, one might say. And here is the number of views. It was I think the 18th of November. These were the number of views. So that was when the video was posted. Yeah, I will not explain the context. Not this is, I will just show and also show the colors. In this color, this is on the channel Cultural Hegelianism. In yellow, it's Eternal Light, and in green, this is the channel which is titled Phenomenology of Spirit. And here in bold, these are videos published in French. So, yeah, I began in 2019. This is the date at which it was published. Yeah. I published videos from, I think, early June until the end of December. Yeah. And I restarted publishing videos in 2022, on the 22nd of February. On the channel Cultural Hegelianism, so I did not publish any video in 2020 and 21. I explained, I think, why in this video. Yeah, and then the colors, these are the switch of channels. So this is the chronological order. Usually these were the number of views. Like I said, in the 18th of November, broadly it has slightly evolved because it's almost 3 weeks or a month later. But I will just show the video. I haven't rewatched most of my videos, not in a chronological order. I haven't suppressed, I just suppressed one video. It was, I think, at the end of February, just one video because the image didn't look good, but otherwise I haven't suppressed any video. This is part of my ethics. To be responsible means to be held accountable for all the things that I have said or not said. I've said very stupid things, very problematic things, yeah, but this is my responsibility and I will have to take the blame for all the negative things, but also the credit for all the positive things that I've said. So here I just show the chronological order. Yeah. As long as I can, as long as I have the peaceful opportunity, I will start watching I already have partly watching my videos in a chronological order, which implies switching from one channel to the other sometimes. Consciously, I don't remember all the things that I've said, but I see a broad trend. There are defining moments that I very well remember. I've gone through many psychological crises, existential crises. I don't know what is true, what is false. Truth is a process, yeah. But for those who might be interested in following my videos, here is the chronological order in which my videos have been published. I've gone through a process of self-understanding, self-misunderstanding also, an understanding of the world, and yeah. So I have been productive, quantitatively at least, throughout the year, but the trend will be shown that as time has unfolded, I've started publishing less often, longer videos, with more maturity, etc., etc. Yeah. I do not consciously remember all the things that I've said, because I haven't had the opportunity to rewatch most of my videos. I've rewatched a few of them, but yeah. And this explains part of my frustration, but also how to overcome the frustration. Namely, I can understand why people might not take the time to watch more than 500 videos. Because I have no reputation as of now. Who is this person? Yeah, but the quantitative success or lack thereof of a lot of my videos explain partly my frustration, but I've learned to deal with it. But I've had moments of really mental breakdowns, because I used to make videos in which I invested an enormous amount of time that I thought were great intellectually, which had almost no reaction. But I've understood so much why people do not understand most of my videos, why I've failed to understand myself. I've understood a lot. So, yeah. This is part of my ethics of honesty and trust and truth. If people want to judge me, they have all the materials available. I don't know who will watch what, when, in which order, what will they understand or misunderstand. But here I share the chronological perspective. If people have the opportunity to watch many videos, they might see a trend. They might teach me a lot about myself. I might enlighten them a lot about themselves. I know I will eventually, because yeah. But I've said contradictory things depending on the circumstances, depending my level of understanding, depending on I have constantly evolved, and I think I will still evolve as long as I can think and act and speak. I will keep evolving. But here I will comment what I said at the beginning of the video. I've reached a point where I understood that I have to stop creating as much new content as possible. So here the trend, for instance, it showed that I used to produce as many, not necessarily as many, but a lot of videos almost every day. And in the month, at the end of May and June, I started to take more time to invest more. I've worked tirelessly, one might say, all days, almost all days throughout the year. But here I took more time to mature more, so the length between my various videos was longer, and therefore they were more and more better, or not necessarily always better, but more mature, because when I take a few days off, I do not go on holiday. I work, meditate, think, act, and therefore it's becoming more and more mature each time. That's the broad trend. People, they are free to do I mean, are they? I don't know, but they can watch in whatever order they might see fit. But I think in a chronological perspective, it enables to see my development chronologically. In a reverse chronological perspective, it enables to see the most mature videos and to go backward chronologically. Yeah. So here's when I switched rather consistently from cultural Hegelianism to eternal light. Because one of the reasons why I record this video and intend to publish this on various channels, one might say, is because I know that there are people who follow me on one channel and not on the others. So in order to remove the confusion, those who want to follow me, since as of now I've decided to put the link to the 5 latest videos in each under each video, they will be able to follow the most recent chronological development, and if they watch this, they have the full view. Yeah. And I've understood some time ago that I would have to start making more and more videos in French because of UPS, and on a singular level, I live in a French-speaking country, and I cannot speak. I mean, I can, but eventually I have at some moment to speak to the people who surround me empirically, and I cannot speak English to the overwhelming majority of them. The dumbing down of the educational system is one of the reasons, but also because simply not all people can speak fluently 2 languages. So I will start to speak in French eventually. But then my intention is to be able to speak peacefully in English with people that I know are interested in what I have to say, and eventually maybe talk to them peacefully. Yeah. So these are my 5 most recent videos at the moment at which I record this. We are the 14th of December 2022, and if I've made the correct calculation, there are 541 videos available, and in total I suppressed 1 video in 2022 and 92 videos in 2019, and overall this was at the 18th of November. I had probably 23,000 views for all the videos, which is an average of 42 views per video. I have said things that I regret or that I find embarrassing, but part of my ethics, what I talked about at the beginning of the video, forging a new ethics, we live in the age of the internet. I have to be willing, not necessarily to stand by all the things that I've said, because I've said contradictory things, but at least to acknowledge that I've said all the things that I've said. I don't know, at this moment, I don't know which room for modification or improvement and correction of my errors, my mistake. I don't know what I will be able to do. I know that I'm partly trapped with a lot of things that I've said, but I don't consciously know. So it's a step into the unknown, but it's also acting according to not ethical principle, partly, but first because I believe, I will show the full picture, that the truth is the whole, but I know it is the case. But also because I want order, and people, if they watch this video, they will be able to know a lot about me, at least formally. Then it takes a lot of time, but they will see my chronological development of all the things that I've said publicly. Then there's my private life, but I try to put both in accordance as much as possible with one another, which is very difficult. But yeah, I will not show it again, but people can see the broad trend. I have not counted exactly, but the overwhelming majority of my videos, they are in English. But I've understood recently that precisely I have to speak my truth, which is when it's the truth the same for everyone, but I can speak in English, in French, partly in German, not very fluently, but I have to actualize my truth in my immediate empirical environment. That's why at some moment I intend to start speaking French. I already have, but I will do this more consistently with the intention of being able to speak peacefully in English, again, with people who might be interested. Yeah, but I have to go through the mediation of the French language. Yeah. So that's the document. So here I speak, I know that unconsciously I speak to everyone watching this, but actually I have in mind here the 2 persons who have been following me consistently, one on the channel Eternal Light, an American, and the other on the channel Phenomenology of Spirit, another American, who have showed consistent interest in my content. Here you can see the chronological perspective. Yeah, and I will let people judge my own development, of which I'm not fully aware because I haven't had the time, although this is my development on an empirical level, but I do not have in mind consciously all the things that I've said over the past 3 years. But I know the broad tendencies, and yeah. But what I can say that usually my latest videos, they are not necessarily better than the previous ones, but they are the most mature for the logical reason that, it's not the logical reason, it's the reason that if I improve every day, it means that every time I produce a video, it's more mature, more intelligent, sometimes better, maybe most of the time better, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, but in my most recent videos, really I have tried to show the view of the totality, my table boards, and that's also part of my ethics, to show, at least in a broad structure, the view of the totality, which I will not show the document in this video because of the camera recording. But if people, when they speak publicly, if they showed their full worldview, even if it's very simplified, it will simplify a lot. So here I consciously, with this video, and actually the previous ones as well, I try to introduce a complete new way of thinking. It's not completely new in a sense that I draw a lot of inspiration from the boring German metaphysician that shall not be named. But I owe an enormous debt to he who must not be named. My German mentor. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a complete new way of thinking. Yeah. And here I will make a brief comment. It's up-to-date thinking that I've understood over the past few days. When I listen to some people talk, most people actually, when I listen them talk, the people in ordinary consciousness, here I talk not about ordinary people, but ordinary intellectuals in the broadest sense, which means journalists, public figures, intellectuals, scholars who appear publicly in the media, either on television or on the internet, the average level. So not people of the caliber of Peterson or Dawkins or Stephen Molyneux or Zizek or Mr. Krauss or Mr. Charles Murray or Ron Paul, etc. Ron Paul is not strictly speaking an intellectual, but he's an intellectual figure. Yeah, but all these kind of people that I spontaneously associate with important figures in the intellectual life of the West, predominantly the Anglo-Saxon world, but eventually the West at large, because they have a Western perspective, consciously or unconsciously, implicitly or explicitly. But yeah, so I'm not talking about really the good ones, but the average and even the mediocre one. Most of what they say, or the politicians, they are not intellectuals, but they express ideas, vaguely intellectual. Whatever they say is most of the time completely unintelligible for fundamental reason, not because the content of what they say in their sentence, but because it's methodically, it's not rigorous at all. They simply express parts of the truth without having a full view. And this basic methodological premise, namely when one speaks about anything, one ought to have at least a broad view of the totality, logic, nature, Geist, in the broadest sense, because to speak just one part of the truth, it's already false from a philosophical standpoint, because it's just a fragment. Yeah. Yeah. I will make a short pause. Okay. This is my library, all the books. I've given up, I think, a dozen books. So there are a dozen books which appear in the library, but I do not possess them any longer. And most of the books that I've bought recently at a local bookshop, not on Amazon, I have shown them, and I do not intend to keep them. When I've browsed through the book and eventually shared the most important knowledge, I will give them away. That was the purpose. So basically, that's most of my, it's really my library, with a few dozens of books in and out. That's the state of my library. I've made the inventory a few weeks ago, so it's yeah. I will not comment because I've done this many times. I've given away hundreds of books out of ethical reason, what I call the American ethos of sharing knowledge with the local community in public. That's not exactly how it happened, but basically those who have an excess of good things, I believe that they ought to share them with others. It's not very costly. I mean, from a strictly monetary standpoint, it's costly because I've given away hundreds of books which are worth each between 15 and sometimes 40 euros. So I've given thousands of dollars worth of books, really great books. Not the best. I'm a little bit, I'm not completely insane. As long as I intend to keep producing content, I need my best books, which overwhelmingly are written in English, or the very best they are in German, but I try not to use them. But the best they are, of course, in English. So here I will. It's logically structured. Introduction, books about philosophy. I will just show this. Clear blue, these are Greek authors. Dark blue, these are Latin authors. Actually, I've noticed that there are also Greek authors, so it's not really rigorous, but Greek, Latin, Italian in red, French in yellow. Dark green, these are Anglo-Saxon. Clear green, these are German. And pink, these are Jewish for the philosophers. So I begin. It's logically structured. And here I encourage people who have a library to logically structure, according to an encyclopedic view, their library as well. These are the number of books. It's not fully rigorous because they have been in and out, but it broadly sums up clearly. So those that I own, they are in the middle. This is the title, the name of the author, the title of the book, and here it's just to have a chronological perspective regarding the history of philosophy. And here, for instance, these people, they belong here because here the pre-Socratic schools, it deals with all these philosophers. There are fragments from all these philosophers. Yeah. So it begins with introduction to philosophy, books by philosopher. I will not comment, but here are those that I own. Here are those that I do not own. I haven't read all of them, but I've come to a point where just reading and commenting philosophers, no, I will no longer do this, or maybe I will, but no. Here, for instance, Proclus and Plotinus, I think they were Greek, so it's not dark blue, it ought to be clear blue. At least they wrote in Greek, as far as I know. So yeah. So these are the books that I own. This is the chronological perspective of the major philosophers, of which books I don't have books. I used to have books by Montaigne, Meister Eckhart. I have books by Eckhart, but they are not and by Cusa as well, but they are not classified in philosophy, but in the German theology, I think. Yeah. So here, with the chronological perspective, I will not comment. If people are interested, they can see. When it's written in black, it's in French. In blue, it's written in English. And in green, it's written in German. This is not the language in which it was originally written. Because, for instance, for Jacobum, it was always written in German, but in the language of the books that I possess. So I have works by Boehm in French, in English, and in German. That's just an illustration. Here, John Locke, I have the original language. Yeah. Here, Kant, I have translated in French, in English, and the original language in German. I've given away a lot of books by Hegel. And I have not read Hegel except an introductory lecture for the purpose of myself making a lecture. But otherwise, I no longer read Hegel. Yeah. These are the number of books, each time more or less. Again, Heidegger in French, English, and German. Matthew Segal, one of the greatest philosophers in the modern world, who makes free videos and lectures on his YouTube channel. I think he is here, the chronological perspective is not correct. He is born after 1980, of course, but here it's not, the chronological is not correct. Okay, so broadly I have 193 books about philosophy. Now I have books about comments on Hegel in French, in English. I've gotten rid of a lot of books, I've only kept the best. Comments on philosophers, on famous philosophers, I mean. Then, the logical structure. I have books about logic and mathematics. I will not make comments. This is a classic. The others, these are textbooks. These are classics. The others are textbooks or simple books. Then books about nature, which is structured in the sciences at large: physics, chemistry, geology, biology, botany, zoology, anatomy and physiology. This is the structure of nature simplified. So I have high-level textbooks, a history of science, and an introduction. Here I have very famous names. I will not comment, but yeah. So physics at first, which includes astronomy, cosmology, optics, electromagnetism, mechanics, thermodynamics, etc., etc. Chemistry, an introduction. Geology, an introduction. Biology, yeah, I also have the heavy textbooks, of course, on each of these topics. This is really high level, college level, very high, very complex, very thorough. But here it's more simplified. I mean, not all of them, but the introductions, I mean. But the work by Darwin and Dawkins, yeah. Then, the philosophy of Geist. Subjective. We have books about anthropology. My books about sociobiology. They are very good. Most of them are in English. Books about demographics, so sociology, sociobiology, demographics, ethnic anthropology, evolutionary psychology. It's logically structured. Of course, most of the books about ethnic anthropology, they are in English. Most of the books about evolutionary psychology, they are in English. They do not exist in the French language. Probably not in German either. They're probably more in German than in French, but that's one of the reasons why most of what I say is unintelligible. Is first, this knowledge is not widespread among the common population in the Anglo-Saxon world, although they have the advantage of language and culture, in the sense of scientific culture. But in France it's even worse, because the French, they do not have a scientific culture, because it's a Marxist country. Everything revolves around class struggle and economics, and biology is completely left outside of the view. And because there's the barrier of language, and because of the educational system, most people, or a lot of people, they do not speak English very well. So yeah, there are many reasons. Yeah, but most of the greatest books, the overwhelming majority, almost the totality of great books about evolutionary psychology, ethnic anthropology, race realism, as can be seen, they are in English. And these books, I know, they are really great books. I've realized recently that I have bought almost only very high quality books. And here, high quality books mean they are quantitatively not very extended in the realm of science. The best books, here I just take an example. The books by Richard Lynn, a lot of them, a few of them, they cost me between 110 euros and sometimes 200 euros for a singular copy. Not many people have the time, the money, the interest, the knowledge to find the good books, to buy them, to read them, to understand them. So yeah. But these people, they are really the modern day geniuses of science. Lynn, Rushton, Nyberg. I mean, geniuses, that's maybe a little bit excessive for all of them, but they are. Richard Lynn may be considered a genius. Rushton, maybe as well. Dutton. Very funny, Mr. Dutton. Also very competent. Some of his religious views, they are dubious at best, but he's a great scientist. Really, it's here really high level. England, most of them are English actually. He's Danish, but he's English, Canadian. Really, the English, they are worthy of admiration for this. For many other things, but yeah. Pre-World War II anthropology. The French, they used to be interested in ethnic anthropology, but then they have given up. And yeah. Then psychology, here are books about IQ, the same. They only exist, the good books, or those who talk about IQ at all, or in a serious way, or intelligently, they are overwhelmingly in English, by English people, Americans, or people who speak English. Yeah, these books do not exist, as far as I know, in France. Probably not in Germany, not in Spain, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, etc. They have to be bought in the language in which they have to be. They were written, which means it limits the access. But this is really high quality knowledge, and it will become widespread eventually. Someone like here, Germany, I know, is above France, of course. What else? Because Heiner Rindermann, that's what I call Anglo-Saxon science, but actually it's universal, and he's a German. But a book like this, Cognitive Capitalism, which talks about economics and sociology with the perspective of the modern advances in the realm of intelligence and IQ, there is no the equivalent in France. It exists in Germany. It is influenced partly by the works of the Anglo-Saxons, Charles Murray and the Bell Curve, and then Richard Lynn and all the other, Jensen, Hans Eysenck, Hans Eysenck, what's the... Yeah, I know who I have in mind. I don't know how to pronounce Eysenck. I think it's, yeah. Mr. Helmut Neiberg wrote a book about him. Yeah. One of the greatest psychologists the second half of the 20th century on American campuses. He was controversial, but he produced great science. Yeah, so here some of the best books that I possess, they come from America and or England, and they are almost all of them are in English, and they are available only in English as far as I know as of now. And they are really great books because they produce universal science, universal knowledge, and this knowledge will become universal eventually. Yeah. Then books about psychology, the study of the psyche, books by Mr. Peterson, etc., etc., about clinical psychology, psychoanalysis, Carl Jung, humor, consciousness, psychotherapy. Yeah. Books about language and grammar. Books about women from a sociobiological perspective. Again, almost everything is in English. About female sexuality. Yeah. About feminism, about the masculinist or Micto movement. They are not all of the Micto movement, but that's the broad trend. Traditional womanhood and the metaphysics of gender and sex. So there is the biological, cultural, ethical, and finally metaphysical view of women. The JQ. Yeah. Books about the educational system. I have been promoting these books in a lot of my recent videos. Books that I would call, here it's not about bureaucracy, these are practical books. They identify the problems, they offer solution. Yeah. An introduction to law, then books about economics. Classical economists, yeah. Here it's where he talks about class struggle, Marxism, all of them are in French. Yeah. That's how things are. Really, France is really a Marxist country. It can be derogatory or it can be neutral. Sometimes it can be a praise because they are really intelligent Marxists for the good sense in France, but it's most of the time it's neutral or derogatory. But when it's neutral, really a lot of people, they have a Marxist software in France, whether they are on the left or on the right. They interpret everything through the lens of Marxism, especially on the right. Not especially, but also on the right. Yeah. Here's a great Marxist. It's rare, but he's a great Marxist intellectual. And Christopher Lasch, in a way, is partly influenced by Marxism, but he was a great intellectual. I don't know exactly how to classify, but that would be a leftist reactionary, leftist conservative, or I don't know exactly, or conservative with a social perspective. Political theory. Most of the ideas of the French intellectuals who talk about libertarianism, they come from the US. Hayek, Mises, sometimes Rand and Rothbard. Yeah. Books about ecology, how to follow healthy diets, anti-modern, primitivists, etc., etc. Mr. Kaczynski. He was a great Jewish intellectual, a student of Heidegger, with a weird but interesting perspective on many topics about technology, transhumanism, artificial intelligence, geopolitics. So geopolitics, that's an example. Every singular country or every singular author of a particular country has his or her own perspective on geopolitics, but geopolitics by very definition is universal, it's global. So here there are predominantly American and French perspectives, but that's just an illustration. Every geopolitician, geopolitical intellectual, or every intellectual who talks about geopolitics has a universal perspective, because there is only one world, from his own singular perspective, which belongs to a particular country or nation or ethnic group or religious group or civilization, etc., etc. Books by the anti-racist left, the contemporary Western life of Germany, the UK, Sweden, South Africa, Canada, New Zealand. So Canada, that's Peterson, Stephen Molyneux, Mr. Duchesne, Lawrence Southern, Mr. Eric Kaufman, Maple Syrup, Reindeers, and what else? That's enough to make Canada a great country. No, but that's of course, Canada is a great country. Yeah, but it's a kind of, here I will make a remark. It's the kind of a successful European country. European means anthropological European. It's like Australia and New Zealand. The Canadians, they haven't had any sort of history, which is a good thing. They have succeeded in going out of history for the good. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, they have succeeded. Of course, it's not really true, because they have been involved in conflicts with the native populations of these countries, international conflicts, they have participated in wars, etc. But broadly, the history of Canada, the history of Australia, since Europeans settled there, and the history of New Zealand, it has been really rather peaceful and calm in comparison with the history of most other European countries, and in the sense, they can be said to be very successful. In the sense, they have found relative peace and stability. Relative, yeah, but so here's the French intellectual and spiritual life. Renaud Camus, that's the person who coined the term Great Replacement, a book about white supremacy, the future of the native French people to go into reservation. Is that the future? Intelligent leftist sociologist, rather intelligent leftist sociologist, the person that I promoted earlier, an American mindset in the context of France, really high quality intellectual production, old-fashioned bourgeoisie, right-wing old-fashioned bourgeoisie, a modern, he's not alt-right, but he's an alternative to the modern right. He's a young person, he talks well. That's the French Richard Spencer. I don't know for who it is a praise or not. But in this perspective, usually the Americans, they are way above the French on many levels. But here, Monsieur Rochedy, he's better than Mr. Spencer. No offense, but he looks better, and he has really the chivalrous aspect. He really that France in its best aspect. Yeah, Monsieur Rochedy. Yeah. Far right bourgeoisie. It's also alt-right. It's not official alt-right, but it's a modern alternative to the right, enabled by the development of ideas on the internet. That's a new perspective on fascism, basically. Yeah, right, not right-wing libertarian, but right-wing libertarian, left-wing, etc. The spiritual life of the US as such, but actually the US, they pervade every field. So here it's really limited to the political, demographic, socio-cultural of the US. But actually, I haven't read most of these books. I've watched so many videos on YouTube by American content creators and all the other books about white identity, etc., etc. So yeah, but these are of course good books. Yeah. But again, UPS, these are about the singular case of the US, but it's valid for the particular cases of most Western countries. Yeah, I understood this 6 years ago almost. I became aware of the demographic transition, which is sometimes called the Great Replacement, by reading Mrs. Coulter. So I could understand the situation in France, but in continental Europe, and eventually in the West at large, by reading an American author. That's an exchange of point of view. Yeah. Yeah. Well, white identity, it exists overwhelmingly. The two books in French, it's by a Southern African and an American, Mr. Johnson, translated. But all the others, they exist only, not only in the Anglo-Saxon, only in the American, only in America. Historical books, classical authors, studies about antiquity, a new history of antiquity, the Middle Ages, the modern era, the 20th century, the history of France, other civilizations, historiography. And these are great books. This is a great book as well, but these are really great books. Art, Greek art, history of architecture, pop culture, Rammstein, Tokyo Hotel, Eminem. I had a book about Lady Gaga that I gave away. Not because I was not interested, but because I can find information on the internet, and if it can make people happy. Stephanie is a great artist, and it was in French, that's why I gave it away. I could give the books by about Eminem, but the people here, they do not speak English very well. So I gave the one which was in French, I think. Or I'm not sure, whatever. Yeah. About astrology or esotericism, hermeticism, about New Age, cosmic consciousness, nihilism. That's a joke, Mr. Dawkins. Yeah. Poetry. Books about the various religions of the world, classified by continent and or civilization. I have books about the native faith of every civilization or group, ethnic group. Here, the people who follow the Edda, like their new Bible, They are just fake, not fake, they are just formal Christians. To replace Christianity by paganism, by using the Edda as the new Bible, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, I understand why, but it's just really, it's not the way of being a pagan. Books about Christian theology, overwhelmingly Protestants. Yeah. Books about the Germanic region in which I have grown up and in which I find myself. That's part of the UPS. To understand one's own region, it helps a lot. Yeah. Southern Germany, Northern Germany, and here Alsace. Books about grammar, books for dummies, dictionaries, books by Evola. I've given away a few books by Evola as well. The Modern Revival of Paganism. These are some of the best books written in the modern world. They are not formally of a very high level formally, but the content is mind-blowing. It's the self-reconstructing process of the European religion. And some other books, yeah. Literature, French literature, classified chronologically, Greek literature, Sumerian poetry, Russian literature, Irish, German, English. Here, this book, I found it in the public box, in English. This book as well. It's not Shakespeare, it's Orwell, obviously. Very intelligent, these French people. They read Jane Austen in English. Not all hope is lost for the French. Thanks to the English. Inspired by Stella, of course. As well, I mean, I knew about Gatsby, but yeah, but this book, yeah, about books about ancient Greek, Chinese, Latin, Russian, Sanskrit. Yeah, this is my library. Now I will make a pause. No, just to make a few comments. I've shared all my books, but all my documents, all the information about me. But here, the library of a person says a lot about this person. It has evolved over time. Many years ago, between 2013 and 2016, there were a lot of communist, leftist books that I have given away later. Then I have given away because some books they have become useless because they are not good enough, or because I've given them because I wanted to increase the intelligence of others. It has evolved over time, but it says a lot. The library of a person. Here I have books about all the topics, really, and I have systematically given away the most simple books over the past few weeks out of my charity communist self-distribute books, which I could have kept them, but actually I understand I will not spend time on this book because I have better versions in a way, more demanding, more rigorous, more intellectually stimulating, and more filled with knowledge. So if I have books which can be of use for people with an average level of consciousness, I give them away if I no longer need them. Yeah. But my English book, I will keep them as long as I can because they really are great. And I think I still need them because I intend to produce content as long as I can, and they contain an enormous amount of information. But these are really my best books. Of course, these are the German pagan Christian books. But if we leave aside the religious aspect, it's not possible, but yeah. The best books outside of metaphysics and religion, these are, of course, the books about sociobiology by the Anglo-Saxons. Yeah. Now, a short pause. Okay. This is, here in this column, this is, the as far as I know, the most recent, it has been actualized over the past 20 or almost 30 years now, but one of the most recent classification of humans, so it's valid for every humans. Apparently there are 10 clusters, which is another word for sub-race or race or ethnic group, and apparently the most modern genetic data classify the human species in 10 distinct groups. There is continuity, but also discretion, and these are tendencies of 10 races acknowledged by overwhelming majority of serious genetic researchers. So there are the Bushmen and Pygmies, the Sub-Saharan Africans, black people, South Asians and North Africans. These are usually called, they were used to be called non-European Caucasoids, people from Northern Africa and the Middle East, Central Asia, up until India, Pakistan, etc., etc. Europeans, white people. East Asians, Mongoloid people, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, etc. Arctic people, they are partly tied genetically with all the others. That's the continuity of the human species, but mostly tied with Eastern Asians and with Native American Indians, but distinct nonetheless. They are sufficiently genetically distinct to be classified apart. But there are various continuity. For instance, there is continuity between these two groups. Europeans are genetically more similar to North Africans and South Asian because they belong to the group of Caucasoid, but they are European and non-European Caucasoid in the classification of former anthropologists. So there is there is a slight continuity between these two groups, as there is a slight continuity between these groups as well. But then also between East Asian and Southeast Asian. So yeah, there is a continuum in all groups, but then depending on the various groups, there is more or less intensive degree of continuity and discretion. So yeah, there are the Arctic people, the Native American Indians from the northern and the southern part of the continent, Southeast Asians, Pacific Islanders, and Australian Aborigines and Aboriginal New Guineans. So that's the most recent classification. And this document, number of races acknowledged, the characteristic which has helped classify the races, the name of the races, the original classification at the moment in which the works were published by the anthropologist, and that's in blue, and in yellow, this is simply a transition. Here I will explain. For instance, Pygmies and Bushmen, in the work of these people in 1993, they were classified among Sub-Saharan African, but if it were to be classified with the more modern knowledge, they would be moved to a specific group. So it was not an error of categorization. It has become more accurate over time. That's the meaning of the colors. Bushmen and Pygmies, if it had to be adjusted, they would no longer belong to the group Africans of Sub-Saharan Africa, but they would belong to a specific group. But they were already acknowledged as separate, but simply the more modern data has helped classify this group more specifically. Yeah. So now I will show the perspective, the chronological perspective. It began, these are important works by Carl Linnaeus, the Swedish taxonomist and biologist, if we can use the word biologist. He acknowledged the existence of 4 races using morphological features, and these were the names, and they are still acknowledged today, and they have been acknowledged throughout time. So the way to read this document is from right to left, and there is consistency in a sense. What Linnaeus called Afer, namely Black African, they have been acknowledged as a distinct group by all serious anthropologists ever since. There is consistency. Europeans as well, they have been acknowledged as a distinct group by all serious anthropologists ever since, with various names: Europaeus, Caucasian, Europeans, Caucasoid. The name can change. Here it is connected with what I said at the very beginning of the video with language and thoughts. Caucasoid, Caucasian, Europeans, white, etc. Europaeus, these are different words, but these are different words used to describe the same categories, which is a category of the mind, but also an objective category of reality, namely a distinct genetic cluster or a distinct race. The same with Asiaticus, Mongolian, East Asian, Mongoloid, etc. These are different names, but they describe the same reality. Yeah. So this document just shows with works by, I haven't read all these works, but this is derived predominantly from the works of Richard Lynn, and I trust his judgment on this question. It has become more specified over time, but there is consistency. That's what is supposed to show. And namely, the works of anthropologists, race realism is not racism. Here, really, none of them, as far as I know, were politically involved. Maybe their works have been used by political ideologues, but this is just neutral science. It's like every form of science, it's in a process of constant evolution. There are modifications, changes, corrections, etc. But the process is kind of consistent in a sense that the fundamental determinations, they haven't changed. They have become more specified over time, but they haven't been modified. Here, another example. For Mr. Carleton Coon, a renowned anthropologist of the 1950s or the second half of the 20th century, and I think even of the 20th century, an American anthropologist, he classified Mediterraneans, which include South Europe, North Africa, the Near East, and India, Pakistan, etc., in the category Caucasoid, with the more modern means of getting data. They would be classified as a separate group, South Asians and North Africans. But it doesn't mean that the work of Mr. Kuhn was false. It's simply that given the scientific means at his disposal, he could not classify as rigorously as can be classified with the modern data made available. Yeah, but the group was identified. It was not just considered distinct, sufficiently distinct to be classified as an isolated group. It's just, the scientific process becomes more accurate over time. So here, yeah, the view of Carleton Coon. So the yellow parts are the modern corrections, but the original position was in blue. He distinguished Africans with these subdivisions, Caucasoids, East Asians, Eskimos, American Indians, Southeast Asians, Pacific Islanders, Australian Aborigines. So the universal is the human species, the particulars are the various groups, and the singular would be the various ethnicities belonging to each group. And then each ethnicity has itself its own particularization, its own singular individuals, etc., etc. Yeah, so here's another classification in the 1990s. It can help, for instance, for those people who are really not familiar, East Asian, these are predominantly these people. Europeans, of course, these are white people, but these are examples of particular groups of Europeans. Southeast Asians, it includes these people. Every human being has a particular ethnic genetic determinacy with particular features which are inherent in his own ethnic group. It's not rigorous determinism because there are many other factors, but every human is influenced by his genetic legacy. Yeah. So that's my document about anthropology. And in the global village, at some moment, all humans will be aware and become conscious of diversity from a scientific perspective. Yeah. I make a short pause. This document, it shows the classification of countries depending on the average IQ, the average mean IQ. It's a bell-shaped curve distribution. The colors here is an IQ above 95, between above 85 but below 95, so between 86 and 95, between 76 and 85, and below 75. So these are the colors: blue, blue, pink, green, yellow. And here it's the GDP. These are the numbers from 2018, the CIA Fight Book. So they are not up to date. They have changed significantly. The population has changed as well over the past 4 or maybe 5 years, depending on the accuracy of the data. But it's just to give a broad perspective. Like all of the other documents, it's not perfectly, not all, but like most of our documents, it's not perfectly accurate. But it's just, I give the fundamental view, namely in the global village. At some moment, most people will become aware that there is a correlation between the average IQ of a population and the median or average per capita GDP, between the average intelligence of the population and the wealth of the country. And here, how to read this document? So it's classified from the highest IQ to the lowest IQ. That's median IQ. There are intelligent people and less intelligent people in all countries, but the higher the median, the higher the quantitative proportion of very intelligent, or the lower the proportion of low intelligence people. So here it's classified according to the determinacy of IQ from the highest to the lowest. So here's the median IQ, and the purpose of this document is really, I've done this, I don't know how much it took me, but it's very simple. It's just to illustrate when the colors, they coincide, it shows a correlation and a broad tendency. I will illustrate here that countries in which the IQ is in blue, that's arbitrary. I chose a 95, I could have chosen a 100, but it's arbitrary. But what it expresses with visual colors is that countries where the IQ is above 95 on average, the data are not always perfectly accurate, but that's usually reliable. The countries in which the median IQ is above 95, it can be seen in this column that the GDP per capita, it is not up to date, it dates for many years ago, but just to share the idea. The data, they are not to be followed rigorously. The population has evolved, the GDP has evolved, the GDP per capita, the IQ has been slightly modified, although it usually takes a lot of time to be significantly changed. But what it translates is that there is a correlation which can be seen with a correlation of colors between blue and either blue or pink, namely countries where the IQ is very high. Usually the income is in the pink or blue region, and it's very high or relatively high as well. And where the colors is neither blue nor pink, it means that the population is very intelligent but has a comparatively very low or relatively low income per capita in comparison with the potential that the country could have. And here the country which stand out to the eyes immediately, these are China, Mongolia, Hungary, and Croatia. And I've already said this here. Slovakia is in pink and Hungary is in green. The difference is very slight. So here it's quite arbitrary. So it's not very rigorous, but it has to be classified at some moment. The classes have to be defined. Here I chose these determinacies, but it could have been these quantitative determinacies could have been otherwise. But the useful aspect of this document is really to show that countries like Poland, Russia, Croatia, Hungary, Slovakia could be included as well, and Latvia as well. But yeah, the country which stand out, and especially Mongolia and China, they are really odd countries in a sense that they have a very high IQ on average, but relatively low or very low standards of living in comparison with what the average IQ of the population ought to or might enable them potentially to reach if all the other conditions which are not related to IQ were present: political, social, geographical, cultural, religious reasons, etc., etc. So in this sense, one might say, by looking at this document, that there is a problem in China, Mongolia, Croatia, Russia, Poland, and Hungary, but there's also a prospect for a potential improvement, because it means that these countries, they are underperforming, which means that they can improve. Yeah. And all the others, the tendency is that usually countries where there's a high IQ, the standards of living are high as well. It's that the empirical aspect. Many scientists have noticed this trend, but then there has to be theoretical explanation, and this is what Charles Murray, Richard Lynn, Heiner Rinderman, etc., what they talk about in their books. And if we go lower in terms of the IQ hierarchy, here these are very high IQ as well, and there is a correlation with relatively high standards of living, and then there are countries which stand apart. So here that would be Ukraine, Vietnam, Armenia, Cambodia, Moldova, Suriname, Laos. These are countries which are, again, relatively poor in comparison with what the average intelligence, quantitative intelligence of the population might enable them to reach in terms of standards of living if all the other conditions were the most adequate, the best, etc., etc. So that's just to illustrate that this knowledge, that there's a correlation, rather strong correlation between the average intelligence of a population and the average standards of living, at some moment it will spread worldwide, and all social scientists, all politicians, all economists, they will become aware of this. It cannot be hidden forever, one might say, because this explains a lot about economics and geopolitics and yeah. The people who want to help the poor country, in order to offer the proper recipe for success, or the proper healing method here in terms of economics, the proper diagnosis, and have to be identified. Of course, there are a lot of African countries where the average IQ is rather low, and the standards of living, they are low as well. World economics and world geopolitics is completely unintelligible without this document. Yeah, it can be improved, but the broad knowledge, it will become widespread at some moment. Yeah. And here I will say, now first I will comment the other document, then I will say what I think intelligently about the question of race. So here it's the same number, but here it's classified differently. It's not from the highest IQ to the lowest, it's from the highest per capita GDP to the lowest. And here we can see that the wealthiest countries, they are overwhelmingly countries with a very high IQ. The few exceptions are Luxembourg. Here I'm not sure that the data are correct, but that's what I found. Qatar and Israel. But actually I'm not sure that these data are very reliable for Israel and Luxembourg. Maybe it is, but here it just shows that the wealthiest countries, overwhelmingly, they are countries in which the population have a very high IQ. The same trend here. Yeah. And here it means that a relatively high, depending on the relatively higher than other countries standards of living, with a population who, according to the data, I have not checked, but maybe there is a mistake. That's how to think like a scientist. If there is an odd occurrence, it has to be checked. Is it an error? Is it a falsification? Or is it simply a phenomenon which cannot yet be explained? But here, apparently, countries with relatively low median IQ and relatively high standards of living, in comparison with what the relatively low IQ might enable to hope for, or to what might be expected. So that these are overachievers. If the trend, and this is actually the case, if the trend is connection between average intelligence and average income. And here, another way to interpret this, a country with very poor standards of living, in comparison to a lot of countries, they have a very high IQ. So here, it's really an odd occurrence. Mongolia, there really is a problem. It can be explained because of geography, politics, etc., etc. But Mongolia is a country with people of a very high average intelligence and relatively poor standards of living. Yeah, so these are basically the same numbers, which means they are outdated, not really up to date. They have evolved a lot over the past few years. I'm not even sure that they were completely reliable 4 or 5 years ago, but it's just to have a full view of all the countries with the important determination when talking about politics, economics, sociology, etc., etc. To understand mass migration under the negative reaction that it can bring in the country of destination, the trend is that people from the poorest country, they move to the richest country, but there is a reason why the richest country are wealthy. It's not just exploitation, there's also the native population who has relatively high IQ. And here I will say what I think about race in an intelligent way. The overwhelming majority of data and knowledge and theoretical explanation provided about the question of intelligence and IQ is provided overwhelmingly by Anglo-Saxon. It includes the British, the Scot, the Americans, etc., Anglo-Saxon scientists. And one has to be willing, if it's the truth, and it's partly the truth, it can always be made more accurate. There are always data which are not perfectly accurate, or which might be wrong or false, or there are problems in purely not methodological, but in the data are not always reliable, but the methodology usually is good. The method of measuring IQ has been proven to be reliable over many decades, but the data are not always perfectly accurate. Here, these are epistemological debates for scholars, but the process and the method and the perspective is the correct one to see if there is a correlation between intelligence and prosperity, and to notice that there is. It's not fully determined. There are many other factors, but it's an important factor. And to really be here, this is what I think, to be really an anti-racist, not in the leftist end, but I will not use the word anti-racist, but not to be racist, to be an anti-racist and not to be racist. This is not just a change of language, this is a change of ideas. Not to be racist means to be willing and to be able potentially to talk about science, which is universal, potentially with everyone, and a person who doesn't want to be racist, he ought not to be an anti-racist, he ought to be a non-racist, namely to be willing to talk about the relationship of IQ and prosperity with people, intelligent people of all countries. And if the people, they are really intelligent, not just in terms of, here I'm not talking about quantitative determination of intelligence, but in terms of openness, and search for wisdom, one might say, they ought to be willing to hear what the most intelligent scientists of the world have to say. People from all countries, potentially, if they have the capabilities, they ought to be willing to hear and to try to understand why their country has been successful or not successful economically. And if they want to improve their countries, they have to have this knowledge. And to be wise in this sphere means to be willing to talk about these topics potentially with persons of all origins, all colors. Color is just one feature of racial anthropology. To speak about color, to reduce race to color, it's a wrong way of thinking, because there are many other determinacies. So but to intelligence and universality and science means to be able to talk to anyone. Leftists, right-wingers, Europeans, Asians, Africans, Native Americans, Southeast Asians, etc., etc. And if they are intelligent, not just in quantitative determinations, but if they are open in the good sense, they ought to be willing to receive this knowledge, which is overwhelmingly produced by white Anglo-Saxon heterosexual males, but actually, because it's universal, because it's scientific, if it's true, it belongs to every thinking agent. So yeah, this is what I think. And if here I talk to everyone, but I think about white leftists. If people think, oh, the people with on average a lower IQ, they have to be protected from the truth, it means you treat them like children. If people think some humans, thinking humans, healthy, mentally healthy, in the broadest sense, people who do not suffer from really serious health issues, if they are mentally healthy, if they are adult, if they are, or not even, if they are students, if they are relatively intelligent, if they are not cognitively disabled, even if they have a lower IQ, if it is explained to them simply, they ought to be able and to be willing to discover the latest advances of science. And if predominantly white people, leftists, think, oh no, the people with an average lower IQ, they should be protected from the truth, it means you treat them like children. But if you do this in the name of anti-racism, you should not be surprised that some others do the same thing, namely to treat some groups as children, but in the name of racism. The way to avoid the trap of anti-racism and of racism is to have an intelligent conversation, which, if intelligence, science, common sense is spread, it ought to put the greatest number of people in agreement. That's probably a utilitarian John Stuart Mill ideal. I'm not always a utilitarian, but yeah, if it's really true, every scientist from every country ought to find broadly the same data, following broadly the same method, and stumble upon the same set of data, because science is universal. That's what I think. Yeah. And now a document about these broadly the same statistic, but here it's classified geographically by continent. So we have the GDP per capita, the GDP in billion of dollars, the population in millions, the average IQ, and it's classified geographically. These are broadly the same numbers as far as I know. They are not up to date, but it's just to show a trend. It will be seen with the colors that first there is a correlation, not always rigorous, but there's a tendency to prove that there's a correlation between average IQ and standards of living in most countries. But also the geographical distribution of IQs, usually the same colors, they are found in the same geographical location. And here it's the anthropological determinacy of the predominant population quantitatively. At some moment, all humans will have to know, because science is the same for everyone eventually. So yeah, in Northern Europe, Central Europe, there's an average very high IQ, slightly lower in Southeast Europe. And the standards of living, they are correlated. Yeah, I will not comment. Here we have population, GDP per capita. Here anthropological determinations. And the colors, they are broadly the same. Any student of economics, sociology, politics, history ought to be aware of these data. Here the colors, it's kind of here, for instance, here a scientific person would say, okay, why is the IQ significantly lower in this country? Probably the data here, they're probably wrong. It has to be checked. It's dubious. Here it's odd. It can be explained by the presence of a significant number of Ashkenazi Jews in Israel. That's why it's slightly or even significantly higher than the average geographical median. Yeah. It's odd as well. What is the number? What are the reasons? There are political reasons, etc., etc. But it has to be checked as well. It's not. It is, a scientist would say, yeah, why is it odd? Yeah. The same goes with Singapore. There are reasons, because there are Han Chinese, so probably a selective immigration policy, eugenic measures have been implemented, etc., etc. I know broadly, but yeah, it explains a lot. The only blue number coincides with the only blue number here in terms of GDP. Here again, the IQ is the highest, the standard of living is the highest in New Zealand and Australia. What is the common denominator? when people understand just these simple determinations, it will make a whole lot more sense for everyone. It will appease a lot of tensions. Yeah. Because here I talk about psychology. The reaction that this kind of knowledge brings in common sense people is not a reaction of hatred. It's kind of a relief, because it helps clarify and enlighten and explain a lot. But what brings negative reactions is when science and intelligence is prevented from expressing itself. When knowledge is hidden secretly with scheming, etc. But when knowledge is made available, if peaceful discussion can follow, it encourages cooperation. That's the libertarian ethics, and growth of the mind and growth of human relationships. It's partly utopian, but actually no, it's also partly realistic. What is utopian is the idea that in the internet age, common sense data made available by the most modern scientists, which confirms a lot of observation and explains a lot of observation, can be hidden. Yeah. Well. Okay. Now I will make a pause, and I will comment the last document. Not comment, but show the last document. But first I take a pause, and I will drink a glass of water. Okay, the last document that I want to share, I've already shared this document, but it simply lists in an encyclopedically structured way the names of all the dead or living, mostly intellectuals or political figures or public figures or content creators, which I can classify, that I broadly know about, that I can talk about, that I can give determinations about, that I understand broadly. It's classified in logic, nature, and spirit. These are the fundamental determination. And the subcategories, here we have metaphysics, mathematics, logic, epistemology. In nature we have the sciences at large: cosmology, physics, chemistry, geology, biology, botanics, medicine, ecology. And in the realm, I show first the full structure, and then the names more in detail. We have subjektiver Geist, subjective spirit, divided in anthropology with sociobiology, anthropology, neurobiology, demographics, psychoanalysis, psychiatry, psychopathy, sociopathy, physiognomy. The phenomenology of consciousness, psychology with language, psychology as such, humor, and psychology in terms of IQ. Each time is divided in living authors, YouTube channels, and dead authors. Objektiver Geist, law, rights, education, crime, morality, masculinity, women, feminism, traditional womanhood, LGBTQs, anti-racism, the woke ideology, cultural Marxism, the critique of cultural Marxism, liberal ecologist, non-racist critique of the JQ, and ethnomasochism. So these are the categories which structure predominantly the intellectual life of the 21st century Western world. Sittlichkeit, we have economics, the Fed, free market economists, Keynesians, economic nationalism, the question of debt, money, the critics of the Fed, home economics, minimalism, preppers, anarcho-primitivists. Here we have sociology, politicians in power, currently in power, or recently in power, the American government, former presidents, politicians, politics, political philosophy. Here, the leftist intellectuals, globalist intellectuals, non-white nationalists, liberal ecologists, conservative leftists, Islamo-skeptical leftists, Islamo-leftist, pro-sovereignty leftist, communist, anarcho-communist, ecologist, anarchist, situationist. So almost, if not all, the political layers of the leftist continuum, with a list of names that I am aware of, that I broadly know, whose work or ideas I am familiar with, more or less. And here's the right, the alternative media in the modern world, conservatives, American conservatives, populists, Islamophobes, westernized immigrants, the alt-right, civic nationalism. Here it's still the right, but a little bit harder. Hard Republicans, the soft far-right, libertarians, non-racist critique of the JQ, reactionary Catholics, the alt-right, the far-right bourgeoisie, old-fashioned nationalists, the JQ, pro-libertarian, pro-white libertarians, pro-white Jews, anti-Semitic Jews, white identity, white nationalists, the far-right, traditionalists. Here we have entertainment, TV figures, basketball, soccer, tennis, the various sports. It's not complete, it's just to show my view of, my worldview actually. ASMR, content creator, technology, entrepreneurs, the GAFAM, social media, transhumanism, whistleblowers, anti-tech intellectuals or activists, geopolitics, the globalist elite, conspiracy theorists, Freemasons, historians, important historical figures. So I'm aware of all the names that will appear. I could talk about them, not equally about all, because I do not know all of them, but I'm aware of their predominant ideas, their worldview broadly, etc., etc., or at least I can give a few determinations. Here we have musicians, white American artists, European artists, Afro-American artists, Hispanic, other German music, cinema, actors, movie directors, we have literature, white American writers, English writers, French writers, the history of literature with the names that I'm broadly familiar with, or whose books I've read, at least partly, religion, we have religious figures, theologians, New Age thinkers, alchemists, esotericism, the Kabbalah, what I call formal paganism, witches, magic, Wicca, pagans, and here the realm of philosophy, which is the totality, thinking itself, philosophers, cosmic consciousness, Hegelian philosophers, the history of philosophy, and finally members of the intellectual elite of the world, and what I call the European gods and goddesses. So that was the simplified view. Here, this is what it looks like. So these are all the people, names, ideological movement that I'm potentially able to talk about intelligently, not always, but I guess most of the time, at least in the broadest determinations. It's just to show my worldview. And here I will begin with the name. I have not worked on this document consistently recently, but these are the names that I think I could, because at some moment I listed, that's part of my Asperger self, I listed names that I stumbled upon, and here I put names that I could classify, but I've stopped doing this because I've been very exhausted and I've focused on other priorities in my work. But these people, I've discovered them recently, and they are two great European, intelligent young European women, two people who suffer from loneliness and lack of friends. I recognize myself a lot in their view, because I suffered a lot, I still do, when I stumble upon their videos. So these are, I wouldn't say great YouTubers because they haven't produced a lot of content, but they have a profound message to share at some moment. And I've discovered this person, I think a couple of days ago, and here I will make a brief comment about my view of women. I've watched her talk for a few minutes and I immediately was interested, because this is the kind of woman that I'm spontaneously interested in. I am not spontaneously interested in African women on an empirical level. She's an Afro-American, but she's quite good looking. But what I was seduced by is her personality. She has a great personality. She talks well, she's intelligent, she's funny, she's charismatic, she's confident. This is just an illustration. I discovered her really, I think a couple of days ago, usually, overwhelmingly, when I'm attracted by women, these are European women, overwhelmingly, but I can sometimes be attracted by non-European women, but they have to have certain personality traits, and this person is the perfect example of an attractive woman. Not, she's quite good looking, but not only physically, and not predominantly physically, but predominantly because of her personality. She has a great personality, and I know that this is typically the kind of woman that I find attractive because of charisma, confidence, intelligence, humor, the ability to speak well, courage. She's really a great woman, and yeah, and she's an American. So that's just to illustrate my view on women, with also the view of race. So yeah. So here I will not comment rigorously because I'm really exhausted. I've been recording for almost 5 hours, but I just show the names. So it's logically structured. Here I will make a short comment. Reading parts of this book, Welcome in My World, translated literally, it's me, Paul, Asperger autist. He has one of his aspects. He tends to make lists, and I've spontaneously done this for a very long time without being aware that it's a symptom of Asperger. Not only, but yeah, it explains a lot. So in the category of logic, the metaphysician that I can, it's not just here. I explain for those who might stumble upon this video. It's not just, oh, I found names in a dictionary, I put names. No, these are people that I can talk about more or less intensely, in the sense that I can talk about Hegel a lot, I can talk about Nietzsche, Schelling, Fichte, Kant, a little bit of Leibniz, Schopenhauer and Heidegger. I can talk about them as well. Schopenhauer is the one I know the least, but I can variously talk about them and said vaguely intelligent things, but at least I know who they are, I know how to classify them, and I'm aware of their work to various degrees. And here intensity would be the how much I can talk about them, and the extension is how long. I could talk very long about Hegel, Fichte and Schelling and Kant as well. But yeah, this is just an illustration. I know who these people are, and I could have a conversation. For instance, I could talk about Leibniz, but I cannot say a lot about Leibniz because I haven't spent a lot of time reading his books or studying his work. But I know broadly who Leibniz was. Yeah, and it's the same goes for every name which will appear in these lists. So here on the left we have living authors. He's a French mathematician. YouTube channels in the middle, and on the right these are dead authors. And the colors, when they are green, these are Germans, blue these are English or Americans, and red these are French people, and yellow these are other Europeans. And it will be shown that the overwhelming majority of the people that I am aware of, the intellectuals, the artists, the musicians, the politicians, the important figures, the content creators, the overwhelming majority, they are Europeans, anthropologically. Yeah. So here, for instance, Rudolf Carnap, I broadly know who he is or who he was, but I cannot talk about him for very long because I haven't read a lot about him, but I know the title of a couple of his books, the school to which he belonged, the era, the kind of ideas that he developed, but it's really simple. I can talk for 3 minutes about Carnap. Yeah, but the others, Gauss, I can talk for 30 seconds. He's a great mathematician. We owe him the bell-shaped distribution view of the bell curve is inspired by Gauss. That's what I can say. Yeah. So I will just show the names just to share my worldview. I've already done this, but yeah. So here are YouTube channels about sciences in German, by Germans. She's a Vietnamese person of German citizenship, and she makes very interesting videos. About cosmology, these are modern scientists, which have published books, made conferences, etc., etc. There are Americans, English, and French. Here, really, I know really just the name. Same goes for him. I really just know the name. These two people, I'm vaguely aware, but yeah, I'm more familiar with Mr. Krauss, Mr. Hajlin. These two people, I've watched their videos and or read their books. In the case of Mr. Krauss, partly Mr. Tyson DeGrasse. Yeah, these are YouTube channels. An American who made videos, etc., etc. I will not comment systematically. People can see. The purpose here is just to share my worldview. Because here it's not a joke, but we are the 14th of December. I've published more than 540 videos. I have still failed to communicate with anyone except a couple of people who have been following me. So I've consistently failed in communicating my worldview. And I've now understood that the reason is that because it's way too complex. Although here it's really simple, but maybe I have way too much knowledge. Although I'm not an expert in many specific fields, but I know a lot, maybe a lot more in the global perspective than a lot of people. And here I will. It's not a joke, but I will be kind of comical for now at least. When I talk to people, the reason why they do not react, one of the reasons is that simply my worldview is, here it's not complexity, it's just a list, but it's way too complex. If the average person in France, let's say, France is a country with a highly intelligent population on average, high standards of living, access to culture, to technology, etc. Very few people know who David Booth is. Kevin McDonald is the same. Michael Levine, of course, very few people know. Edward Wilson is not well known at all. Philip Rushton, no. These people, they are not. But actually, I've realized recently that even in America, these people are not well known, except in some academic circles or political circles when their ideas are politicized. But Mr. Edward Dutton, he ought to be, he already is, he's a British treasure. Every English person ought to be proud of their most ludicrous, while being competent scientist. But yeah, this is just an illustration. But because of the structure of the internet and here the language, Mr. Dutton, he can become famous in every English-speaking country, but eventually everywhere, because his work, when he's serious, is really good quality. Yeah. So deep blue, dark blue, these are Americans. This kind of blue, this is English, Germans, French. I discovered him rather recently, a few weeks ago. He produces great content. That is just common American excellence. Oh, another great scientist who produces great knowledge consistently. It's available for free for everyone. What I provide is the structure. How are humans structured sociobiologically, anthropologically, neurobiologically? It's not always rigorous. It can be changed slightly, but these are the important categories: demographically, psychoanalytically, psychiatrically, psychopathically, or psychologically, etc., etc. Yeah. People, we live in an age where people, if they had leisure, an interest, they could learn every language potentially, and not each singular person learn all the languages, but each singular person, if he or she has the leisure, the time, the technological aspect, the intelligence, can learn any language. Potentially there are free lectures, here I chosen of course the German language, but there are free lectures by people. What I try to provide with this video and this document is simply to show that it's valid for every field of endeavor. This person makes great videos on psychology. all these person as well. Here it's kind of a professional channel. Here is just an individual person, but this is high quality content. Why bother go to the psychologist and spend dozens of euros or dollars or whatever currency? It's free and it's high quality. Of course, it's not as it's not really like with a psychologist, but it can help a lot. A great French comedian, in the sense of a humor. He had a very high IQ, very profound jokes. He's really not a... He's kind of an aristocratic humor producer. He died a long time ago, but a great comedian in sense of humor. And so here, for instance, I've listed some of the best researchers and scientists in the question of IQ. These people, they are the scientific elite of the world, in terms of the research about IQ. Mr. Lean, Mr. Woodley of Many, Mr. Rinderman, and the dead figures which have been very influential, Arthur Jensen, Van Hanen, Seymour Itzkoff, and Hans Eysenck. I could add Charles Murray, and here Richard Ernstein. But these people, they have produced great content. Mr. Rushton, partly, etc., etc. I'm not sure that many people are aware of these names and the quality of their work. Here is to replace the educational system. These people, they complain about the educational system from within. Here it's to replace as well. But what is lacking is the view of the totality. I've talked about this in other videos. People can become aware of all the problems of the world, but why bother about one singular problem? Why not tackle all the problems at the same time? Let's be bold, let's be ambitious, let's be American. All the problems at the same time. Maybe that's a little bit too difficult, but there are also almost all the solutions at the same time as well. Here I will make a serious remark. So here, of course, I'm much more familiar. These are average economists. They are good quality economists, but this is average in the sense of they are the same. There are the same kind of economists in every developed country. Here I know the names of the French because I would not. I don't want to spend time because the kind of ideas, of course, they are common sense, etc. But these are just in terms of being public figures. These are just economists. Economics is the dismal science, as Carlyle said. They apply on a day-to-day basis the theoretical teachings of Adam Smith, let us say. And they apply the teachings of Keynes. Yeah. Or sometimes Milton Friedman for them. Yeah. So here, for instance, there have been great liberal free market. Liberal in French means free market in the realm of economics. Free market economists coming from France. Yeah. So yeah, what I wanted to say is that every person who has the intellectual level, the leisure, the interest, etc., can classify all the what I call average economists. This is not derogatory; it's kind of a compliment. Can list the average free market economist of his or her own country. There are average free market economists in England, in Germany, depending on the historical and cultural aspect of the country. they are more or less on the right, more or less numerous. In France, it's very rare to have free market economists, so they stand out in a way. Yeah, that's the purpose of the document. I'm not really interested in making lists any longer. I've done this just to show my view, but yeah, and each person who appears on this list, he or she belongs to a specific category in his or her own field, but every person who has a view on economics has also a political view. Yeah. And a religious, artistic, scientific view, etc. But I will not. It's not, in a sense, it's not really interesting to know what the average free market economist thinks in terms of the recent development of, I don't know, molecular genetics or the latest artistic development in the realm of architecture. It's important for him or her on a personal level, but in his public expression, it does not influence a lot. Sometimes it does, but it doesn't influence his economic views. That's why it's very simplified. It's very simple classification, but it helped nonetheless. The fundamental determination, the substantial self, yeah, of these individuals in terms of their public intellectual life. The German political philosophers, they tend to be a little bit right-wing. Sometimes. Okay, so here, I will not comment, but these are all the leftists that I'm aware of. Classical liberal, in the most noble sense, liberal intellectuals. Liberal in the 18th century and 17th century, especially 18th and 19th century, was noble. I could have added John Stuart Mill in a way. This was a noble tolerance. I could have added John Locke. Tolerance, separation of church and state for the good. At least in theory. In theory. Yeah. Intelligence, reason, freedom of speech, tolerance for the good. The liberal ideas, they are always great on paper. Then when it is applied, it gets worse and worse with each passing decade until finally many centuries ago, a couple of centuries ago, people look back and say, it sounded good on paper, but no, here, Montesquieu and Tocqueville, they are really great intellectuals. Really, yeah, it cannot be denied. Globalist intellectuals, they are the same in this determinacy in every Western country. What Marx would call organic intellectuals. From a French perspective, from an American perspective, the same conservative leftists, they can be found in the modern age in every country. Here they are predominantly the French, because then again, these people, they are interesting. I speak about their ideas, but they are not very I mean, this person is really intelligent, but they are not absolutely fascinating in terms of intellect. Although these two people, they are very competent, but these are not the most interesting ideas when one develops. Then they can be very balanced because they are intelligent, so they can agree with a conservative, intelligent right. But it's a trend which goes throughout the Western world. Namely, there are a lot of former leftists who switch towards the right, and they remain loyal to their leftist self in a sense of defending the interests of the working class and favoring equality, which in their view is noble. It can be sometimes, it's not always, but yeah. But while remaining attached to traditionalist values, they are the same in every Western country. But here I can only know empirically, without dedicating too much time, the people from the French perspective because of the mediation of language. So, for instance, here the conservatives, Mr. Douglas Murray, he's way above all the French conservatives. Thilo Sarrazin, he was a leftist, he became a conservative, but Douglas Murray is the best. Peterson is better in his field of competence. Murray is better as a conservative. For Peterson, here, being a conservative is not the substantial self of Peterson. Peterson is a great psychologist, great intellectual. He's a conservative as well, but it's first and foremost a psychologist. But he's also a conservative. But here, the best would be, as a conservative, would be Mr. Murray. Yeah, and he's an inspiration for many throughout the Western world. The same, there are populists in every country, in Italy, Sweden, etc., etc. The best, of course, these are the Germans. Westernized immigrants, they are the same. Not the same, but the category is the same in every Western country. Here, Islamophobe, it's not in every Western country, but in most Western European country of continental Europe. But here there are very intelligent, Westernized people. Namely, these are people of non-European. They are not Europeans anthropologically, but they have adopted Western values. I simplify. Liberty, capitalism in a good sense, free speech, science, progress, not moral leftist progress, but right-wing progress, which is also moral, but not moralistic. They are intelligent, competent people who have become successful economically in terms of influence, etc., etc., and they are attached to Western values, but they suffer because they are rejected by their native ethnic group, because they have succeeded in a significant proportion of the ethnic group of origin has not succeeded economically, and they are rejected by the most radical members of the right because they do not belong to the native ethnic group of European countries. So they are in a difficult position. Yeah, but usually they are intelligent. Yeah. They are more right-wing than a lot of white leftists, usually. This is the kind of absurd, partly comical, partly tragic aspect. Namely, it's significantly not very developed, but there are nonetheless quantitative proportion of non-Europeans, here non-anthropological Europeans, so it applies to the US, Canada, etc., which are willing to defend Western value against white people who are supposed to defend these values. So in a sense, they are more, they can be more racist than whites. So they are more capitalist than whites. They are more patriarchal than whites. They are more whites than whites as a concept. And they are successful, they are intelligent, they are influential, they are a source of inspiration, etc., etc. And the white leftists, usually they hate them because it ruins the white leftist narrative. Someone like a millennial was Lauren Chen, that's the Canadian example. Because yeah, it ruins the white leftist narrative to say, oh, immigrants are oppressed, victims of racism, etc. No, there are a significant proportion of immigrants or descendants of immigrants who become very successful in Western societies. So in a way, if the leftist, the white leftist, here that's white infighting, if white leftists, they were challenged intellectually and showed, but you want non-whites to succeed, right? The white leftists would say, yes, but look, there are a significant proportion of non-white who succeed in white countries. What do you have to say about that? Then the white leftists would say, yeah, but by success, we don't want them to become capitalist, entrepreneur, free market, successful, competent, intelligent, rational. So actually, you want them to be socialist, dependent on the state. You want them to be statist, to be welfare dependent, etc. He would say yes. So that's your view of success. He would be forced to acknowledge yes. So actually, your view of success is failure. He would have to say actually yes, or maybe he would deny. But actually, that's what unconsciously the implicit assumption is that what white leftists implicitly envision as being success for non-whites, actually it's failure. And when non-whites succeed according to the standards of the right, the radical white leftists, they consider it's a failure from their perspective, because it ruins their narrative. When Asians in the US, they succeed, or in any other Western country, that's a problem for white leftists, because they keep saying, we care about non-whites, but actually when they escape your influence, they go on their own path by adopting implicitly right-wing values, and they become successful. These are not the values which make them successful. It's part of the process. Actually, these are other determination, because they are intelligent enough to understand that it's partly socio-biological, partly IQ, but also partly values and religion, and partly economic opportunities and hard work, ethics, etc. But yeah, they can only become successful by emancipating themselves from the white leftist. Yeah, that's how it works. So here it can be comical sometimes from the perspective of non-whites who are rather successful, depending on what is called success, because here I talk about economic and sociological success, but then yeah, but the white leftists, they can be really comical from the perspective of successful non-whites. They are really a stranger species, one might say. Yeah. I don't blame the white leftists, because I have been and I still have tendency to be a white leftist. Yeah, but sometimes it's just comical. Yeah. So here, really, the libertarians, they are some of the best intellectuals in the world in terms of economics, politics. There are almost only good, intelligent people in this list. One might disagree, but one cannot disagree on the fact that the overwhelming majority of these people, they are intellectually competent. And here, Mr. Sowell is not in blue because I listed only Anthropological European, but of course he's an American. But it's just to show the color, to show the importance of Europeans in my worldview, and it's just not my singular view. It's actually the overwhelming majority of the greatest intellectuals, politicians, entrepreneurs, artists, they really are European in this day and age. Not only historically, but even in this day and age, which is an age of decadence from the perspective of whites, precisely. But all these people, they are almost all great intellectually. Here, reactionary Catholics, they exist. They are revived in historically Catholic countries, but yeah. Mr. Eugene Michael Jones is a reactionary Catholic lost in America. Why not? Yeah. Here I just named one person, but I could list all the people from TV, but I don't know many TV person in the US. In France, I know more, of course, but every person can list people from television. But of course, here I would say, well, I think the overwhelming majority of people, even the best, no, maybe not the best, but the overwhelming majority of famous people on TV, television has become, maybe has always been decadent, yeah. Maybe I don't know enough about Mrs. Winfrey. Maybe her talks are great. The one with Lady Gaga with Stephanie, that was great. But I've never watched a show by Oprah Winfrey, but I've watched a long time ago enough of French television, knowing that the overwhelming majority of TV shows in France, actually in most Western countries, they are copies from American TV shows. This is not the best thing that America has exported, but here the same. I've listed. I don't know why I listed English players. Yeah, you can list people from every country. Very strange, quite fascinating, but strange. Here all the ASMR channels in all languages, they can be listed. It's just to show the picture. Important inventors, modern entrepreneurs. Two of the most enlightened people about geopolitics. I do not comment because I'm exhausted, but it's simply I just share my worldview. I could be able. I do not have the names of all these people in mind if I do not read all the names. But if someone talked to me about any of this person, I could give sometimes very vague determination. For instance, Mr. Howard Zinn, I know that he wrote a book about the popular history of the US, I think, the people's history of the US. I've not read the book, but I get the idea. That's a leftist perspective. It's important, but it's a leftist perspective. Mr. Walters, he wrote a book about American education. I broadly know who they are, but here these are examples of names that I've listed, but I can give very few determinations about who they are. But I can broadly situate, I can broadly classify. But it just to illustrate that I'm not sure that a lot of people are just even aware of the names of these people. Actually, I'm sure that most people are not. Yeah. Here again, I drew this. I mean, I listed his name in a few minutes, but actually, I listed the very best and my favorite. But I could list all the authors. These are the favorite of Stella. They are great, of course. Avril Lavigne, of course, is amazing. Taylor as well. Katy Perry as well. Britney Spears as well. She's a little bit twisted, but they are great as well. All of them are great. Probably the best. Great as well. I know Nas is very renowned. This is probably the best. Jay-Z as well, of course, is great. Rihanna is great, of course. Here again, I drew this I wrote this in 30 seconds. I could list all the actors. Just to say, I've already said this many times, I would say that there is no white American culture. This is one of the most ludicrous ideas I've ever heard. In the negative sense. I understand why people have become so dumbed down that they cannot even recognize the white American culture, which is, in the modern day, the best culture. Historically, this is German culture. But to say that there is no white American culture, culture in the broadest sense, from science to economics to art, it's completely ludicrous. And to live in a world where leftists can say publicly white Americans have no culture, or Monsieur Macron can say France, there's no French culture, and then no one reacts. Here, if I'm being honest, I make a personal comment. The best, of course, these are the Germans. But the English, here it's really difficult because the English literature, let us be honest. Honestly, the English, they are my favorite here would be novelist, but if I'm honest, English poetry, Shakespeare, Milton, Wordsworth, Byron, the English. If here it's really difficult, but if I had to be honest, I would say the English, in terms of quality and quantity, they are the best. My favorite is novelist, just a personal opinion. The French, they have produced Lamartine. Here I just talk about the poets. Lamartine, Baudelaire, Rimbaud. That's artistic heavyweight. And if they are considered poets, and in a way they are, it's really high level as well. So here, France, England, Germany. I don't know what to say. Of course, there's also the Greek and there are also the Greeks and the Romans and the Italians, but just these three nations, and by England I include the US. It's I don't know what to say. It's here I will make a comment. It's not necessary, but the people we give. I just the number of blue people. The people who say America, that's hamburger and Coca-Cola. For a non-American to reduce America to hamburger and Coca-Cola, that's embarrassing for the person. But if there are Americans who believe that America is McDonald's and Nike shoes and KFC and Super Bowl or whatever, it's part of America, but it's I don't know if at this point I don't even know what to say. There are a lot of French people because empirically I speak French, but actually if we took only the best, the overwhelming majority they would be the really best they would be German, of course, but the overwhelming majority would be Americans, obviously. In the modern day and historically they would be I don't know, French, English, German. Yeah. So here it's the history of philosophy. German, French, Anglo-Saxon, Jewish, Greek. In a chronological perspective. And here, the intellectual elite of the world, these people, they are among the very best in terms of geopolitics, in terms of cosmotheism. Well, a female philosopher, well, she's very intelligent, but yeah. That's formal philosophy, but she's very intelligent. Of course, they are Americans, most of them. And here are the European gods and goddesses. Broadly, that's the hierarchy. At the top, I'm sure, Polonian Germ, Stella, Hyperborean Reflections, and Caroline. These people, in terms of intelligence, competence, brilliance, these are the people that I've recognized as being in the modern day and age, not some, but the very best. Maybe there is room for a few others, but actually I know that they are, I don't know exactly the order. I know that the order at the top, I'm sure of this. I'm sure that the European gods and goddesses at the highest level, they have gone through and they are going through a process of complete self-knowledge, whereas these people, some of them might be more competent on certain topics, undoubtedly, but they haven't gone through the full process. I've understood this. At someone maybe they will, but spontaneously these people, they have gone through a process of self-discovery, which is also a discovery of the cosmos. That's why they have become divine in a way. But on some aspects, some of these people are more competent, more knowledgeable, etc., etc. But in the global perspective, the pantheon, it's clear. It can be slightly modified, but yeah. And they've all had spiritual experiences, like some of these people, and I understand why. And yeah, these are the most brilliant people of my world, and the most brilliant people of the world. Yeah, this is. I haven't modified this document for a few weeks, except the few names that I've added here. But this is my view of the intellectual and spiritual life of God. I'm exhausted. UPS. I will relist all the videos that I've published in chronological order. As of now, we are the 14th of December 2022. It's almost 8 p.m. As of now, I'm physically exhausted because I've been recording for with the pause probably 6 hours. But also over the past few weeks, I have really become exhausted psychologically. Physically, morally, ontologically. And what I consciously intend to do in the coming days, I will not publish this video not immediately, but probably not even in the short term, because I need to take a pause for a few days and to rest and to meditate and to think. But my conscious decisions are clear in the short term, but not in the very short term. In the sense here, as of now and in the coming days, I need to rest. But I know that I have reached a point where I have, as I say this, I have to be willing, to be able. To be willing, it takes the will. To be able, it depends partly on my ability to communicate my thoughts clearly to the broadest audience and the broadest range of audience possible. And I can speak fluently in 2 languages. Ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen aber ja, es würde schwierig für mich sein, in Deutsch mich zu unterhalten. Ich kann talk, ich kann talk, it's not German. Ich kann sprechen über die Kategorie, Bestimmtheit, Ansicht, Sein für anders. Ja, aber ich kann nicht fließend Deutsch sprechen. Yeah, but I can speak fluently 2 languages, a little bit of German, if I focus, really. But I've reached a point where I've understood that I have to be willing and eventually to be able, and I will. I will be willing. Will I be able? It might be difficult, but to talk the same truth to everyone, and I intend to do this in the coming times, but I cannot here. I'm honest. This is what I think. I cannot speak to a French-speaking audience the truth that I've been expressing, the cultural references that I've been using to what I imagine to be predominantly an American or Anglo-Saxon audience, but actually it's potentially for everyone, precisely. But here the level of cultural, here it's not judgmental in a negative sense, but simply there are differences of culture between just countries like Anglo-Saxon countries and a country like France and continental Europe at large. But I'm more familiar with the intellectual life of France because I live in a French country from a citizenship point of view empirically, and I can follow the news easily, etc. The cultural gap is so vast. I will use my best effort. I will try to be as moderate, not for the sake of hypocrisy, but in a good sense, namely I will try my best to communicate as smoothly as possible in French, but I no longer doubt my ability to say interesting things. I do not doubt the ability of the average French citizen to understand what I say, but the time that it might take, the level of cultural adaptation that it has to require from both sides, what I say. But eventually, because of what I said, knowledge by its very nature, science is universal. There is the limitation of language, but eventually truth is the same for all. And I really am in a very difficult position. I don't complain. I mean, I do maybe, but I can handle a certain amount of difficulty, maybe a lot of difficulty. How much? I don't know, but I will try what I think is correct. Here, the ethical decision which has motivated my will to record this video, and which will motivate the decision to publish the video whenever I publish the video, is ethics, and just to speak the truth and to be at peace with myself, at least on most aspects of my behavior. I reveal not my plan. I already have my strategy. I'm honest. I want to to make myself interesting long enough so that I speak all what I have to say, and when I cease to become interesting, I know what has to happen at some moment. But I will not give up, in a sense that I have become a little bit more confident in my own abilities as a congruent individual. I have started more and more to stop splitting my mind in a transcendental self, lower self, empirical self, etc. It still exists, in a sense that if I speak an empirical truth, like there is a pencil in front of my computer, that's just true for me. If I speak scientific truths, they are valid for everyone. So I still have this, because every human has, by the very nature of the human being as a thinking agent. Yeah, but I've grown more confident in my own abilities as a singular individual, and I will not give up the spiritual struggle or the struggle. I will play with my strength and my strategy. I confess it will be to make myself interesting, not as some sort of a clown, but at least to say interesting things, because really I have realized recently here means many weeks, months, that I can say interesting things, and the reason why I've consistently failed, partly because I haven't tried desperately everything to attract attention, and I won't do, because I have certain requirements in terms of intellectual standards, but I've understood that I can make myself interesting, and I will try to become interesting as long as I am genuinely interesting. And there are still unanswered questions about the nature of reality and about God. I will discover eventually, I guess. But yeah, as of now, I need, on a short term, I need to rest. And I will be honest as well, what I thought recently, over the past few days. I will start to try to appreciate, maybe in a selfish way, to appreciate existence. I already have, in a sense. I appreciate every glass of water, every walk in the park, every decent meal, every soup. I appreciate genuinely, but really appreciate in my view, namely, as long as I can peacefully act, I will not try to work as hard as possible to produce as much content as possible. I will not become lazy, but simply I will grant myself the right, as long as I peacefully can, to sometimes to read good books just for the sake of enjoyment. And the working aspect is that when I read a good book and I incorporate information, then I am able, because I have a very good memory and skills in the ability to communicate, sometimes not, but it's not just personal enjoyment. I am then able to clarify and to... Here I will make a remark. Every time that I take the time to peacefully read parts of a book, it enlightens me, and it strengthens me in a sense that I can then share more eloquently or more simply or more intelligibly with others, and I enjoy doing this it's good for me, it's good for the other when I can peacefully share light. As long as I can, I will do this. And also the kind of enjoyment that I will grant myself is the right to use my telescope to look at the stars and the planets. Maybe walk in the forest, but with the freezing ice, it's kind of dangerous. And I confess another one of my ambitions that I have set for myself, if I have the opportunity without wreaking too much havoc, I want to go to Germany. This is where I belong. I belong everywhere in a way, but I will not desperately try to go to Germany. But if the circumstances enable, which are partly tied with my will is eventually to go to southern Germany, Swabia. I don't know if it's possible. If not, this would be one of regret, our worst regrets to have, I guess. But I confess, this is my intention. This is where I belong. In spirit, maybe in body as well. But otherwise, my conscious intention. So here it's 8:03 p.m. in the short term to rest, then to make lectures. I have an intention, maybe one or two in English. I have a conscious intentions of making several in French. A video in French, an autobiography in a way in French. I also have this intention. That's on my mind. Then to try to make myself interesting, as long as I have genuinely interesting things to say. I have countless projects, countless solutions to offer, but before offering this solution, I have to be at peace with myself, and it requires that I have to express my development in French, and share this. That's why I intentionally intend to do. As of now, it will take probably many days, maybe a week or more. I don't know exactly the quantitative determination, but that's the intention that I have in mind. I will have to eventually at some moment. That's UPS. I've understood this a few months ago. I have I want to speak English as long as I can, but eventually I have to speak French in order to bring about a situation where I can peacefully speak English, because this is really my intention, to be able to talk with some of the people that have been most important and to talk peacefully eventually. Yeah. Yeah. I will stop the video here. I have shared not all my all my important documents throughout the months, the years. I have shared them, but here this is a combination of the documents which I consider contain the highest quantity of information, the most intensive quantity of information in the shortest amount of space instead of the size of the document, except the Phenomenology. All the others, they are quite short. So really, I have shared the simplest documents which can bring the greatest amount of light to potentially the largest amount of people if they take the time. Yeah. Yeah. As of now, I need to rest. I need to rest. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to share. The video is 5 hours 45 minutes long. I will keep applying my ethical standards as long as I can, as long as I want to, as long as I have to. Unconsciously, I will keep following my grand plan, which I've been designing all along, variously picking up ideas here and there. I'm not sure it's very coherent, but no, here I will be serious. One of my intentions, I will not dedicate immediately all my attention on this, but to help cure people who really suffer from psychiatric problems. It's not it's really one important decision, because Stephanie talks about this in her interview with Oprah Winfrey. That's not the predominant influence, but it has been partly influential, but also because I have suffered from psychiatric problems, and I know that I can help cure a lot of problems with using my logic and my knowledge, and to help really appease. I mean, there are other. It's not the top priority, but this is one of the aspects, really, to help cure people who suffer, because there are a lot of people who suffer psychologically and who can be cured just by studying philosophy the way I envision this. And I know, here I'm confident in my ability, I know that I can help cure at least some people, because just the example of reading the person about the Asperger syndrome, it has not cured me, but it has been such a relief. Here, the people who suffer from Asperger, quantitatively, they are a very tiny minority, but just to read the testimony of a person, his perspective, I have recognized myself in some of his determination, and it has shed so much light upon my own behavior over the past many years. It has really helped me a lot, and honestly, I already understood this 4.5 years ago. The autistic people who are in a way in the full possession of their abilities, the intelligent autist, I really have a connection with them in a sense that I function like them, they function like me, and yeah. And some of the greatest people in this world, some of the greatest people that I've listed, they partly suffer from psychiatric problems, but it's connected with philosophical development, and yeah. I will stop the video here. I'm really exhausted. Could be worse, but I'm exhausted on a singular level because I've spent 6 hours producing content, but it's over the past 10 days or couple of weeks I've really been exhausted. I need a few days of rest, and so I don't know when this video will be published. Now we are the 14th of December. I will publish the video when I consider this to be the proper time. Yeah, but yeah. And really here, I already made a video like this a few weeks ago, but I do not consciously intend really to make other videos, what I call bureaucratic videos, because I will keep filling my documents, the ones which need to be filled every day, but eventually the idea is to share the idea precisely, and the formal presentation, of course, it has to be improved, but if I can help others, here I'm genuinely honest, if I can help others, I don't know for how long, I don't know how many, but by using just this total view in a good sense, and to encourage them to improve. I still have a lot to do, a lot of improvement to do on a personal level, but if it can help, just a little bit of method about psychological development, minimalism, or how to run a budget, the inventory, the knowledge about anthropology, IQ, the encyclopedic view of the phenomenology, etc. Yeah. if it can help. I still don't know who or what I am. But I've decided to use my name. My name is Luca Guts. Maybe sometimes that's enough. Yeah. I will stop the video here and I will rest. I will listen to my video to check if I say interesting things. Maybe in 5 hours of content, 5 hours and 50 minutes of content, probably there has to be moments which are enlightening and interesting. Yeah. I will stop the video here and rest a little bit, and then I will see. But, this is what I wanted to share in terms of documents. I still have the intention to keep producing contents, yeah, but I have, if or when the video is published, it means I will have been at peace with my decision, namely to share my documents. They will become public. They already have, but here it's in a more organized way maybe. And those who have the intelligence, the will, the interest to find enlightenment, follow the good pieces of advice, avoid the bad ones. That's the useful aspect of negativity. Yeah. That's my contribution to innovation and entrepreneurship. I send a new product on the market. That's for free. It has cost me a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of sufferings of all kinds. Hopefully it can help. Yeah.